This meeting is being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I'll begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Robbins.
Present.
Member Gazy.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Stein.
Present.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna.
Present.
And Member Davis.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. First on the agenda is public comment. If you wish to make a comment, please use the raised hand feature in the bottom menu. What's happening?
The first item is recognition of retirees.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was going over my usual notes and not the agenda. Thank you everyone for your frantic hand motions. I need it. Apologies. First is recognition of the 2021-2022 Northampton Public School retirees. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Provost, do you do this presentation?
I do. Thank you very much. So I know we have a lot on our agenda tonight, and brevity is of the essence. Normally, I do a poem. Sometimes I do a blessing. We're not going to do anything like that tonight. I'm just going to focus on the merch. Okay. So this wonderful gift will be coming to your house at a date in the near future. This, I have to tell you, we fought tooth and nail for. Karen and I basically wore Nick down over the course of the past several weeks to try to find an account that we could charge this to. So I hope you like it. So it comes in a nice fancy box with ribbons, which I'll try to take off without ruining anything because one of you has to get this box. And then you will receive in the box this beautiful NPS throw that you can luxuriate in on cold fall and winter nights. So I hope when the weather gets cold and you put this on, you're thinking of us. Know that we continue to think of you and will for many years to come. So we also have a tradition of individually recognizing our retirees in reverse order of years of service. So I'll start with Kathy Flaherty, a PE teacher at Bridge Street School, retiring with 5 years of service to the district. Vicki Brown, who was a very welcome return in my professional life. She and I worked together in Holyoke for several years, and then when Principal Madden had a vacancy, she brought her back. So Vicki Brown with many years of service in education, but 5 years to the Northampton Public Schools, retiring as an adjustment counselor at Ryan Road School. Next is Margaret Sleeper, a JFK ESP with 5 years of service. Our next retiree, a very special person, the principal of Ryan Road School, Sarah Madden, very proud principal of Ryan Road School. I'll let you all know that several times over the years, Sarah Madden said to me, I know you're too professional to say this, but I'm your favorite principal. I just know it. And so, Sarah, now as you're leaving the district and I'm leaving the district, I think it's time for everybody to know you're right. I am too professional to have favorites. Okay, next is John Zadworthy, the head custodian at NHS, retiring with 11 years of service. And then Margaret Sullivan, custodian at NHS, retiring with 12 years of service. Michelle Emanation, an ELL teacher from JFK, retiring with 15 years of service. Next, we have Steve Eldridge. He always has a little bit shorter summer break than everyone else because he has to come in and help me get ready for convocation. But this year, your summer break can be as long as you want it to be. NHS theater teacher, retiring with 17 years of service rather to the district. And then Catherine Schmidt, an ESP from JFK, retiring with 18 years of service to the district. Next, we have our second PE teacher of the night, Jackson Street PE teacher with 18 years of service, Janice Toddy. And continuing along those lines, we have a PE teacher with 18 years of service to Leeds, Annette Bischoff. And then a special education teacher with 19 years of service at Bridge Street School, Martha Hopkins. A ESP at Leeds with 20 years of service, Sue Roit. And then the person who always adorns the outside of the high school with the sounds of her beautiful students' voices. Often as I'm heading up to the school, I hear the kids singing out there, and it really just makes my day. Our NHS choral teacher with 22 years of service, Bo Flayhive. And then a special education teacher from JFK with 22 years of service, Nancy Adamayorka. Next is the district data coordinator, Cindy Kelly, 27 years of service. And now we're getting into 3 decades or more. Not too many on that list. We have Bridge Street School ESP, Cindy Moskal, 30 years of service. And finally, JFK grade 7 social studies teacher with 32 years of service, Tracy Dawson Green. Thank you all so much. Thank you for your many years of service to this district. You've made it a great place for students. You've made it a great place for your colleagues, and you will be dearly missed.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much for all that you've given the Northampton Public Schools, all of you. Okay, so now we have public comment. If you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I'll set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. Though we have a long meeting this evening, so brevity is always appreciated, and don't feel obligated to use all 3 minutes. I ask that all but the school committee turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor. And I'm actually going to start with Alan Wolf.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm Alan Wolf, and I'm Mayor Sherritt's Chief of Staff, and I've just come from the dentist in the last 2 hours, so forgive me if I lisp a little bit as I say this. So it's starting to wear off, but let me start. I have been Chief of Staff to Mayor Sherritt since she began, and have been in this role for 2.5 years since the prior administration. During this time, it has been my honor to work with Superintendent Provost, and I'm very sad to see him leave Northampton, both as a colleague and as a parent of 2 NPS students currently at JFK. As a parent, the support my girls have received from the administrative structures established by Dr. Provost has made all the difference in the world as my children have worked to navigate and metabolize the effects of the pandemic. While I am also grateful for the teachers and staff on the ground who have provided direct services to my family, I know as a government systems person myself how to recognize where sound and solid structures have been put in place by great leadership. As a colleague, I work closely with Dr. Provost as part of the COVID-19 emergency operations team that skillfully responded to the countless unknowns of the pandemic, providing a model for policies and responses not only for Hampshire County, but for the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. At every juncture, from establishing supportive food distribution systems for families in need across the city, to setting up IT systems for remote learning on the fly, to making school buildings safe and compliant, to addressing the current concerns and desires of teachers, staff, students, and families, I was amazed at his thoughtfulness, creativity, and most of all, patience in crafting solutions that centered our city's students every time. I will miss you, John. It has been an honor working with you, and I hope to comport myself with a fraction of your competent professionalism in my own public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, for those comments. Next up is Bill Dwight.
Hi. First of all, yeah, Bill Dwight, City of Northampton, and ditto to everything that Alan just said, actually. I mean, pretty much took all the wind out of my sails, but I'd also like to say thank you to everyone who just recently announced his leaving us, and I'm eternally grateful for your good work, and you know, as always, probably always underappreciated, but you should know that at least there are people here who do care for it. But I've stopped by to express my gratitude and respect for Dr. Provost, and while I understand his desire to seek new challenges, I'd be dishonest if I didn't say that I'm sorry for me and for my community. John's career in Northampton was marked by his clear vision and his courage. And I think it's courage that comes from the certainty of a just goal of inclusion and equity, and a goal that I agree with and one that I hope sustains. So in the interest of being brief, I would just like to also say thank you, Dr. Provost. I hope your future is marked by a period of collaborative support and the esteem you so richly deserve. Thank you again.
Thank you, Bill, for those comments. Next up is Antonio Pagan.
Good evening, everyone. I want to congratulate Dr. Provost for his tenure in Northampton. I met Provost before I started to work for the city, but in the last 5 years we have been working close, and I prefer to call him John because I consider John a friend more than a colleague. We have worked side to side in many projects. I'm very proud of having the opportunity to work with him for these years. And it is a coincidence that he is going to move into a community that I started my public service 24 years ago. And I'll be very proud to see how he continue his professionalism in his career. He has been really not necessarily a colleague for me. He's been a mentor for me in the sense of learning from him on how basically to deal with difficult situations, because among all the qualities that John has, I think that dealing with difficult situations and maintain the patience and being calm during the worst times is something that I haven't seen in many people out there in the professional work. I think that Northampton is going to miss you a lot. I think that it will be years since we will be talking about the things that you have established in your tenure here. And we should be very grateful of all the work that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Next is Steve Jones.
Can you hear me, as they say?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good. My name is Steve Jones. I live in Florence. I'm a retired public health physician who worked for many years at the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. And I want to talk about diesel school buses. I'm going to start by talking about natural gas cooking stoves and the fact that they produce indoor air pollution because you burn air as you burn up the natural gas, and you get nitrogen dioxide, and kids living in a home with a gas cooking stove get more asthma. And I want to just call out inside school bus air pollution from diesel exhaust. And diesel exhaust is a known carcinogen. It pollutes the air. It has nitrogen dioxide. It has small particles. It has carbon monoxide and other undesirable things. And kids who are in school buses are sitting inside a vehicle that's loaded up with diesel exhaust. And I just want to urge the school committee to move towards replacing the diesel buses, ideally with electric ones, and there's a program to help finance those. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Next is Sam Hopper.
Hi, I'm Sam Hopper and I live in Northampton. And I'm just here to express my gratitude to John. There are a lot of different things I could say about why I'm grateful for Superintendent Provost and his work, but I'll just focus on one. Since my daughter started in kindergarten, I started watching school committee meetings, and I just learned so much about our schools, our community, the public education system, and the knowledge that I gained from Dr. Provost answering questions, being patient, repeating things. I'm incredibly grateful, and they're skills that I took on in my job and really helped me succeed. So I'm grateful to have a kiddo that had years in Northampton Public Schools under John's leadership, and I wish you the best in what's to come. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Sam. Next is Lisa Modanos.
Thank you. Yeah, Lisa Modinos, Florence, Mass. I sent the letter out to the school committee and a few other folks in the district about a week and a half ago about my concerns regarding special education programming and staffing issues at Bridge Street School. My son is 8.5 and he goes to Bridge Street. He is disabled. And there were a lot of whispers about people leaving, and close to 9, I don't know the exact number, ESPs leaving, as well as the BCBA all within a month or two, serious staffing issues, potential IEP violations as a result of the staffing issues. And I just sent a letter about my concerns for my child and others like him. My child, again, is disabled and he can't tell me what happened at school. And lots of other disabled kids can't communicate that information. So we trust the school system to help our kids and support them and protect them. They're the most vulnerable. And so there's lots of whispers about major issues regarding special ed programming at Bridge Street. And so I sent that letter out, and I'd like to know what the district is going to do about the concerns that other families have, as well as mine, especially regarding the most vulnerable kids at Bridge Street and throughout the district. COVID hit everyone hard, but hit special education disabled kids the hardest across the US, as well as in Northampton. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next is Dr. Julie Spencer Robinson.
Hello. This is another tribute to Dr. Provost. My name is Julie Spencer Robinson, and I had the great pleasure of working closely with Dr. Provost for several years. He and I started in our respective positions on the same day, July 1st, 2014. He was the new superintendent, of course, and I was the new president of the Northampton Association of School Employees. I ran for that office because I had learned about really interesting labor management collaborations happening in other Massachusetts school districts, and I was hoping to develop some projects here. That work would only be possible with a willing partner, and I couldn't have asked for a better one than Dr. Provost. He did not need any convincing because he inherently understood the value of collaboration. He immediately treated me as an equal with demonstrated respect and the expressed belief that I had a meaningful contribution to make to the district in my role. Together, we accomplished some remarkable feats, which were highlights of my 27-year career in the district. We undertook an interest-based coalition approach to bargaining, leading a team of 27 people in the successful negotiations of 6 contracts that raised the wage floors of our lowest paid employees and gave teachers more discretionary time to comply with mandates. We brought educators into the policy implementation process through the joint labor management, professional development, and educator evaluation committees, and with the novel district improvement plan implementation committee. We also did path-breaking work with the Diverse Teacher Workforce Coalition. I know Dr. Provost to be a visionary educational leader, resolutely ethical, and intensely compassionate. His knowledge of how public school systems should work in order to be effective is unparalleled, and he is exceedingly generous with his expertise. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to Dr. Provost for his contributions to this district and to my own professional growth. And I wish him the very best in this next stage of his career.
Thank you, Julie. Next is Sarah Madden.
Well, I too want to thank John. Working with John Provost has been an inspiration. I'm really amazed at the way he has limitless professionalism, vision, and diplomacy, despite having to deal with both adversities and adversaries at the helm. John is the best educational leader I have worked with. His intelligence, compassion, commitment, wisdom, and support have empowered me to do my job at Ryan Road School, and I'll be forever grateful.
Thank you, Sarah. Next is Emily Pervacker.
Hi, I'm Emily Pervacker. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Forbes Library, I just wanted to offer our heartfelt thanks for Dr. Provost's support and leadership over these past many years. And as a parent of 2 kids at Bridge Street, I just also want to add my personal gratitude for facing and working through so many impossible problems these past few strange and hard years for the good of our children. I know I won't forget it.
Thank you, Emily. And next is Karen Albano.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Albano, and I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for the Northampton Public Schools. Before I begin with my tribute to Dr. Provost, I just wanted to send congratulations and excitement to the retirees. It was so wonderful to see them here tonight and to begin the many celebrations of them. Over the last year, I've had the opportunity to work closely alongside Superintendent Provost. I cannot exaggerate the profound impact of his leadership on my work and professional growth. Dr. Provost has the unique ability to promote and nurture high expectations while also recognizing and respecting the individual needs of those around him. There has not been a single email or request to check in that Superintendent Provost has not taken the time to connect about, even on the longest of days. He has always been available to patiently work through any challenge, offer another perspective, or provide a listening ear. I'm incredibly grateful to have had the chance to learn from and with Superintendent Provost. And even though I will miss working with him greatly, I wish him the best in all ways and endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, let me just do a quick search and see if I see anyone else for public comment. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will start with the rest of the agenda. Thank you, everyone who participated. So next up, excuse me, is announcements. And I'll lead off announcements. And first, I want to again thank everyone who spoke at public comment in recognition of Dr. Provost's service to the Northampton Public Schools. I feel fortunate that my position has granted me the opportunity to express a few times in the last few weeks in the paper and elsewhere how much I've appreciated the superintendent's leadership. So I will be brief. We have a long meeting, but I just again wanted to thank him as a caregiver of students in our public schools, as a former city councilor who worked with him for years, as someone whose previous job was working with adults and children with disabilities and championing their inclusion in all facets and aspects of the community. And now as mayor, who has had the incredible privilege to work very closely with him for the last 6 months, and as a colleague with him on the school committee and also on the trustees for Smith Folk and Agricultural High School. So I just want to thank you so much, John. Your steadfast focus on the students and your tireless work to improve their educational experience has been pivotal for the Northampton Public Schools. And I thank you for the advancements the district has experienced during your tenure. Being a superintendent is a remarkably hard job, and we have been incredibly fortunate to have you for the last 8 years. So thank you very much, Dr. Provost. I also want to recognize and thank Nick Bernier. I'm sorry, Nick, that we didn't get a chance to work together for longer. I've really appreciated our time together, and I thank you for your calm manner, your directness, and your very fast calculations when we've asked you to do things on the fly. So thank you so much, Nick. One other announcement I wanted to make is I'd like to ask for volunteers for the ad hoc committee to advise the school committee on COVID policy, and encourage school committee members to ask community members they know if they would like to participate on it. Per our policy and our rules of procedure, as a chair, I make appointments to the ad hoc committee, and it should consist of, according to our policy, members who are broadly representative of the community's population and chosen from among residents who've shown interest in the topic to be studied and who express a sincere interest in the advancement of public education. So Annie's let me know that Member Stein has reached out to some people, and I thank him for that. But please send any additional recommendations to Annie or to anyone in the community who's watching and interested in helping advise the school committee and who have relevant expertise on COVID policy. Please send an email of interest to Annie at anniethompson@northampton-k12.us. So thank you for that. And I see some other hands for announcements. Member Agna.
Thank you. As a new member of the school committee, but not a new member of the Northampton Public Schools, I do want to express some thank yous as well. First to Nick Bernier. Again, I've only been on the committee for 6 months. I wasn't an employee when you took over as the business manager, but I was always impressed with how competent and careful and respectful and kind you've been throughout these very difficult times that we've had. So I've seen you only sort of in passing, only the last 6 months, but I really wish you all the best, Nick, and I wish we had longer to work with. I'd also want to acknowledge Karen Albano's tenure here in the schools. Again, I didn't have the chance to work with you as a principal, but I only heard the most amazing things from the teachers who've worked with you, and then also the times that we've had a chance to talk about educational practices and research and all the things that go into what makes our Northampton schools such fine ones. Karen, you've really made a huge impact in a very short time. I'm very happy that you're still going to be in the Northampton Public Schools, and I really look forward to having more conversations with you. And lastly, John Provost, you are, I think, my 11th superintendent I worked with, including the 3 interims. I've sort of lost track of how many because I've been in this system since 1987. You are the next to the longest one that I worked with. The first one I worked with was 9 years. So I think it's a perfect bookend that you are the next longest. I'm under no illusion that I am your favorite principal or were your favorite principal along the way. I really appreciated the fact that we were able to have some very hard conversations about some of the practices that I believed in and you believed in. And I can't ask for a better relationship to have with the supervisor than one that we had that was of mutual support, mutual respect. And I think now mutual understanding. I think now that we've had a chance to work together as on the school committee as well, I'm really grateful to you, John, for the ways that you have related to me and the ways that you have led our district. So I will miss you, and I really thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Member Agna. Member Robbins.
I'm going to totally support everything that Gwen just said about Karen Albano. It's been such a pleasure to work with you, Karen. And the same thing we've sort of both mentioned, we could talk about school and kids forever. And so excited that you're going to fill Sarah Madden's able feat in being able to bring Ryan Road forward. So congratulations to that. I also, people have congratulated our retirees, and thank you so much for all the years that you've put in. Some of you I remember just after my kids were too old to be in school in Northampton, and enjoyed watching the next steps. But I also want to make sure we had a really wonderful graduation the other day. And it always is a teary event, exciting, wonderful, terrific to listen to the kids, to watch them. Kind of deja vu every time you walk out of John M. Green and you see kids looking for their caps, and looking, oh, does your diploma really have something in it? But I especially really want to say thank you to every single teacher in this district, because I'm not sure we really gave you the shout out that you absolutely deserve for having brought that extraordinary group of kids from pre-K to grade 12, walking out the door, caps, gowns, and diplomas in their hand. And I'm just going to ask all of us we can't do it audibly, but we can certainly do it with a huge, yeah. Thank you so much. I hope you all teachers have a great summer, relaxing, and come back feeling energized and as though it's going to be a really good year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other announcements from school committee? Seeing none, let me just make sure I see everybody. Okay. Okay. Next, let's go through recommended action quickly, since they're quick. So we have approval of minutes. The only ones available were the March 17th, 2022 special school committee meeting minutes. We've had a lot of meetings, so those are the ones that were in the packet. And then I see you, Member Levy, hold on one sec. The other items under the consent agenda are acceptance of donations, Jackson Street PTO of $1,650 for a field trip bus, and JFK, sorry, it's super loud, JFK PTO from the Beverage Foundation, $1,500 for the Play Mural Project. Member Levy.
Thanks. I move to accept the donations with immense gratitude. I'd like to table the minutes until we've had an opportunity to review them.
I second it.
Sorry, motion's been made and seconded to table the minutes till our next meeting and to accept the donations with gratitude. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy. There you are, Member Gazy. I didn't hear you. I think you're muted.
She can't unmute.
Oh.
I think.
I'll make you a co-host. I'm sorry about that. Missed you. How's that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller. Oh, muted. Hold on.
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. And unless there's an objection from anyone on the committee, I would like to move, skip past reports and recommendations for now and move straight to new business because we have a lot of guests with us this evening. So seeing no objection, Member Stein, are you raising your hand or are you saying yay?
I was just wondering if we're going to come back to those things.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just doing new business now, and then we'll go back up to those. Okay, so new business. Let's start with the student representative report. Lila, did I see you? There you are. Wait, there you are. Hi. Lila Neal Duffy. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I just have a bit of a report. I'll start, I guess, with graduation, which was already mentioned, but that happened on the 5th. I wasn't able to make it, but I heard it was great. A lot of great speakers and a lot of good vibes. And there was also prom last week. And there are photos from that, I think, available on the website, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, and then also last week was student government and student union elections. And so a new student government members were elected for all the classes, besides obviously the graduating class. And new student union members were elected. And next week we will have student union cabinet elections in which we will elect a new cabinet, which includes a new school committee representative. Though I've had such an amazing time serving with all of you guys this year. I probably won't be running next year, but I hope to be on SAC, which means that I'll keep presenting. And it's just been such an amazing experience coming to all of these meetings and working with you guys. So thank you for that. And then just updates from student union. The standard-based grading committee has put out a student survey, which was reviewed in the curriculum subcommittee meeting yesterday. And we collected a bunch of feedback from students, as well as the administration also put out a survey for teachers. So I think there will be a report on that later. And then we've also been talking with some teachers from the math department about this program called Yonder, which would work to get phones out of schools. We haven't really decided anything about that, but we're just kind of looking into how to deal with phones as an issue within the schools, kind of in conjunction with our work on mental health and stuff like that. So we're kind of winding down as a union as a year, but hopefully next year these projects will pick back up again. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you guys.
Excellent. Thank you, Lila. And thank you for such the remarkable job that you've done serving as student representative. We're so grateful. Every meeting has just been, you brought so much to it and you kept us so informed and we're just really, really thankful. So thank you for serving. Member Levy, do you have a question for Lila?
I was just going to say what you just said. Lila, I really want to sincerely thank you. You brought so much integrity and information, and it was a true pleasure to hear your reports and also learn from your perspective. So I'm sad that you won't be running for this role again, but glad to hear that we'll still get to work with you in the other capacity. Thank you so much for your commitment.
Member Davis.
Hi there, and I want to say thank you as well. But I have a quick a question about. I went with my parent hat on to the junior. My last kid is a junior, and student is a junior, not kid. And I went to the college night, and standard-based grading came up as a topic with questions for these admissions people that were there. And they said some really interesting things. And I've been wondering, I took notes and I said, oh my gosh, Lila and all those kids would be interested in this information, and I wasn't sure in what format would be useful to or maybe it wouldn't, I don't know, but maybe it would be useful to pass that on. And I said, well, when I get to the next meeting, I'll just ask her. Should I just send an email and say what they said that I thought was kind of really eye-opening about the perspective of these UMass, Smith, and Mount Holyoke admissions officers directly knew all about standard-based grading and what they thought about it?
Definitely, I would really appreciate that I wasn't able to make it to that. So that'd be
Okay,
great.
and then if you could pass that on to whoever
Yeah, of
would
course.
care about that. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Member Robbins.
Thank you, Aileen. I wonder if you could also give that to the curriculum subcommittee, since that's one of the considerations we're visiting. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If that's it for Lila. Thanks, Lila.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Marty Wall and Dale Melcher from NEF that are here to talk about endowment grants and small grants. Marty, are you up first for, let me ask you to unmute, for endowment grants? Welcome.
Well, thanks for having us. We're pleased to be able to award these gifts to the school, all the schools. This is the 16th distribution of the Northampton Education Foundation, and it's the most we've awarded in any one single moment, yearly process. So I think the committee has a packet that describes them all, but I don't want to leave anything out for the public record. So the Northampton Education Foundation Endowment Fund also includes 6 named funds that are part of the distribution, and what is distributed is the dividends from our endowment. So the principal remains. In fact, the principal grows. But the 6 named funds are the Bank ESB Fund, the Eli Daniel Nemitz Todd Memorial Fund, the Florence Bank Fund for Public Education, Marie Hershkowitz Memorial Fund, the Northampton Area Pediatrics Fund, and the Principal Gwen Agnew Fund for Northampton Public Education. These funds have minimum amounts that start them, and then they grow from there, and dividends are taken from them and included in the umbrella endowment fund that we distribute for. So reading from the packet, we had a number of proposals. A couple were actually better for our small grant process. So I'll let Dale speak to that. But we did fund 8 projects. We had a request for $168,000 in those requests, but we were only able to fund $86,411. Someday we're going to be funding more than that. In fact, we're in a process to be able to do that routinely. So in no particular order, we have the Affinity Groups, which is a district-wide project that we awarded $15,000 to. And the project leaders were Ed Stone, Andrew Samuelson, Allison Spencer Bunch, and Laura Fogameni. This project seeks to create and support a more inclusive, diverse, and stable workforce in our schools by providing designated safe spaces for staff members who share a particular identity to come together to feel less isolated and more connected. Building on a small grant to teachers that supported the organizational development and piloting of affinity groups, this grant will support a full school year of affinity groups for BIPOC and LGBTQ people with disabilities and race-conscious white educators. The ultimate goal is to support student achievement, reduce staff turnover in the district, and attract a more diverse workforce. The funding will go towards CES facilitators and teacher stipends. All Out Adventures, which is a JFK and Northampton High School project, was awarded $5,069. The project leaders were Karen Forster, Sarah Hogan, and Elodie Chacoin. This program will partner with JFK Goals program and the middle and high school adaptive PE classes to make cycling accessible to students of all abilities. All Out Adventures will visit both JFK Middle School and Northampton High School with their fleet of adaptive cycles, giving students with disabilities an opportunity to learn to cycle on equipment that works for them. In addition to the direct benefit to the participants, this initiative will help to raise awareness among the larger school communities of what is possible for students with disabilities. The funding covers All Out Adventures costs, including staff time, travel, and cycle maintenance. Third, music and poetry synchronized at the Northampton High School. They were awarded $5,000, and the project leaders are Tom Willits and Paul Kinsman. The MAPS program will provide Northampton High School music students the opportunity to creatively collaborate and work together with poetry and art students from Bulkley High School in Hartford, Connecticut, and to learn of different cultural, race, gender, and socioeconomic backgrounds and geographical experiences. Through the creation of poetry, music, and art, the language, culture, and lived experiences of each student group is enhanced by the other. Through artistic expression and the sharing of their lives, they forge bonds that are long-lasting, educational, and deeply moving for all involved. This program takes place during the entire school year and works to continue to connect the students after the program ends. There will be roughly 50 total students participating in the program. The MAPS program review captures the poetry, music, lead sheets, and art created throughout the year in a published book, and along with the flash drives with the final concert embedded, will accompany the t-shirts and be given to each student free of charge at the end of the program. Fourth, plant science and food justice course at the high school was awarded $6,642. The project lead is Megan Murphy. This project will support the development and implementation of a new course offering at Northampton High School. Plant science is a field of biology that focuses on the study of plant growth, reproduction, evolution, and adaptation, as well as the use of plants for food, fiber, and ornamental purposes. The food justice movement works to ensure universal access to nutritious, affordable, and culturally appropriate food for all, while advocating for the well-being and safety of those involved in the food production process. Combining these elements into a single course, students will learn about sustainable and more just alternatives to current local and global agricultural and horticultural models, including community and home gardening. The course will provide hands-on experiences in the Northampton High School plant room, as well as collaboration with Grow Food Northampton and Crimson and Clover Farm. The funding will cover greenhouse supplies and a teacher stipend for course development. Next is Jfk Health and Wellness was awarded $15,000, and the project lead is Kathy Casal and a number of others. This ambitious project seeks to bring together 4 components focused on health and wellness for JFK students. The available funding will go towards the Ruler program, a Yale-developed approach to social and emotional learning, as well as library resources focused on mental health, which have been in higher demand since students returned to school. JFK plans to tie these in with a health and wellness day and additional physical education tools and equipment to support student well-being. Next is early childhood professional development for preschools, was awarded $8,000. The project lead is Laura Fregameni. This professional development project focuses on both Northampton Public School preschool teachers, as well as community preschool teachers who primarily work with future Northampton Public School students. The partnership between Northampton Public School and community preschools builds on prior work funded by the state. This grant funds professional development related to social emotional learning, especially pertaining to students with special needs. Components include a workshop series by the Asperger Autism Network, a series focused on legal aspects of special education law, and a workshop offered to both teachers and caregivers to deepen partnerships and improve student outcomes. The funding covers the AANE costs and consultants. Visual Thinking Strategies, which is district-wide and has been funded previously too, but was awarded $11,700. The project lead is Sarah Lasser Yao. VTS is an innovative discussion-based art-looking practice that fosters collaborative community building dialogue. This grant builds on a prior endowment grant that brought VTS to Leeds. After a successful first year of direct classroom teaching at Leeds, Sarah Lasser Yao will broaden the reach of VTS by offering professional development to a self-selected group of teachers from across the district at the Smith College Museum of Art. The funding will cover curriculum costs, Sarah's time, and stipends for participating teachers. Next is Hitchcock Center, Take It Outside, which is our second year of funding for all the elementary schools. They were awarded $20,000 with the project lead being Colleen Kelly. This program will build on the successful partnership between the Hitchcock Center and Northampton Public Schools. The overarching goal of the program is to build teacher confidence in utilizing outdoor areas around the elementary schools to enhance student engagement and learning. Year one provided backpacks full of teaching tools to all K-3 classrooms in the district, along with direct instructional support from Hitchcock Center staff. Year two will continue that work, focusing on outdoor classroom management techniques to deepen, reinforce, and sustain the learning of new approaches and practices. Year two will also include funding for professional development outside of classroom hours so teachers can work together to develop and hone skills related to outdoor teaching. And I think that is all of them. So that's it. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank the community who've made this endowment possible. The generosity is amazing, and it continues to give gifts to every student in the public school district. And we're forever grateful for that and for your use of the funds. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Marty. And I join you in thanking the community. And I thank all of you who serve on NEF. I know it's a lot of work and love that you put into it. So thank you for all that you do to help bolster our schools in this way. Dale, you are up next to talk about small grants.
Okay. Thank you. So happy to be here. I want to begin by adding my thanks to John Provost for all of his support for the Northampton Education Foundation, and particularly for the small grants. I have been the chair of this committee for a long time and have been on it since the beginning. And his willingness to thoroughly read each and every grant application and to give me written feedback on how it fits into the current curriculum, where there might be alternative funding available, what concerns he might have, and in a timely fashion so that I can work with the applicants to clear up any confusion or to give them some idea of where they might also find additional funding. So, John, we will miss you. It's been a complete pleasure to work with you, and we wish you all the best in your next challenge. So for the spring 2022 NEF Small Grants to Teacher cycle, we are asking you to accept these gifts of a total of $16,325 for 7 different projects. Rather than read through them, I want to talk about the first 3. You should all have these. They are all called Empowering Youth How to Be Anti-Racist. This is a project that began at Jackson Street School. We are funding year 3 of this grant. And some of you may not know, but our guidelines say we can't fund beyond a 3rd year. So Jackson Street School is year 3. Leeds and Ryan Road are going to begin with their first year in the fall. You may notice that Jackson Street is getting our max amount of 3,000. Ryan Road is getting our max of 3,000, and Leeds is getting 1,000. And that was because there was some slippage between having submitted this proposal to the endowment grant process, being referred back to small grants, and won't go into the messy details, but we were able to give them $1,000 and they will apply again in the October cycle for the remaining 2,000. And it is the assumption of my committee that that will be funded so that they will be on a par with the other two schools. We are also currently funding this grant at Bridge Street School for its first year. So each of the elementary schools next fall will be engaged in this process. They will, so I'm going to just read the beginning of one of the grants. Students and educators in all grades at Leeds will work with Tiffany Jewell, a Black biracial writer and anti-racist educator and consultant, to engage in grade level appropriate anti-racist dialogue, learning, and practice. The feedback from Jackson Street School has been overwhelmingly positive, and we are delighted to see this program roll out in the other elementary schools. We are also working with the applicants to move on next to the Endowment Fund, where we are able to make multi-year grants and we are able to fund at a higher level, because we would like to encourage this kind of work. So as I said, Leeds will be for 1,000, and the lead there is Jessica Schreiber. Jackson Street will be for 3,000, and those leads are Sarah King and Catherine Walmsley. And at Ryan Road for 3,000, Rachel Ellis Dworkin. So those are our first 3 grants. Grant number 4 goes to Paul Kinsman, a frequent flyer with NEF, and delighted to have him be so. And that is for a project called Theater Tech Club Monday Mentors. And again, we're awarding him our maximum of $3,000. You can see that there's a connection between the endowment grants and the small grants. In this case, Paul got an NEF endowment grant for work with technology development with students at the high school. And he finished that grant and then has come to us with a request to hire local sound and lighting professionals, 2 graduates of the Northampton High School, Andrew Zucchinu and Ezekiel Baskin, to continue training the Northampton High School techies in their after-school club on Mondays on how to run events in the auditorium, live sound, set up and run lighting, manage the space, including set up and take down of different stage sets. And as he argued in his proposal, this will benefit not only the high school and all productions that happen at the high school, but really all students in the system, as well as these young people who are going to go on to possible careers in technology. So excited about that. The 5th grant, bringing sensory world to the classroom for Leeds, Ryan Road, and the high school, is led by Kristen Zatoli. And we've awarded that grant $3,000. She's going to construct learning materials, both, I think I'll just read this. Relevant teaching tools designed to facilitate instruction with SPED students with unique learning challenges that require the use of a multi-sensory approach. And this will come in the form of story boxes for pre-K and kindergarten students, and task boxes for the high school level to facilitate the learning of life skills to support the transition from a school environment to the outside world. Grant number 6 is in year 2. It's $1,860. Michelle Eastman is the lead on that grant, and it will continue to develop and pilot the Mindful Moments curriculum for educators and students. Educators will participate in mindfulness workshops, yoga, share circles, movement, reflective writing, and book activities and gentle yoga twice a month. And their end of the year report indicated that Not only was this valuable to faculty and staff at JFK and the high school, but it translated into curriculum and into classroom practices. The last grant we're particularly excited about, it is also year 2. It is for $1,465. It's always a pleasure to see people actually decide how much things are going to cost and add them up. And the lead on this is Pagan. So this is a student-designed, student-coordinated peer mentoring initiative that helps to establish connections between high school students and elementary and middle school students. And this happens because STEM high school students go into classrooms at the elementary school level and at JFK, engage students in projects, share their stories of STEM and the career possibilities in STEM, why they're interested in STEM, with the idea that students at an earlier age will become interested in STEM. And they also hope to encourage particularly the middle school students to explore the Innovation Pathway program, which Mashia leads at the high school. So we are asking the Northampton School Committee to accept these gifts.
Thank you so much, Dale, for those gifts and your presentation. School Committee, do you have any questions or comments for Marty and Dale, or gratitude to NEF? Member Levy.
I want to express immense gratitude. It's so exciting to hear about the innovative projects that we're able, that our creative teachers are able to really put forward and engage in because of your support. So very, very grateful, and would like to move to accept the grants with gratitude.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Levy, seconded by Member Robbins. Member Robbins, did you want to comment? Member Robbins, you're muted.
Happening. That always happens. I just want to say those are really exciting projects, and especially encouraging about the student and peer-led piece, which I hope we can really expand through the district. Thank you for all your work.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on accepting the grants, I will call for a roll call, please.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Hooray, yes.
Member Stein.
Yes, with gratitude.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
And Member Robbins.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again so much, Dale and Marty and everyone at NEF, and thank you for being here tonight.
Our pleasure.
Okay, next on our agenda is discussion and vote to increase school meal prices. And we have Ms. Delhanna with us and Nick to talk about this. Oh, let me unmute you, Ms. Del. And where are you, Nick?
I'm right here.
Hi, Nick.
Hi. I'm gonna take the lead on this one, but our amazing food service director, Mistel, is with me just in case I need to phone a friend. So where this is coming from is, as you're likely aware, for the last 2 years, school meals have been universally free due to the pandemic and its impacts. However, currently, with not a lot of time left in the fiscal year, we're staring at the potential end of that. At the federal level, that has not been renewed. However, there is some hope it could be renewed at the state level. But unfortunately, we won't know until likely maybe early July or at the earliest, really late June. So, you know, in taking a look at our school meal prices, they have not increased since 2020. when they went up to $3. Unfortunately, the state minimum recommended lunch price continued to go up during the pandemic years, even though the meals were universally free. So we've sort of grown behind what the recommended minimum price would be per what the state says. So the documents in your packets, I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but basically the state recommended minimum price is $3.31. So what I asked Mistel to do is look at some other districts and see what they're charging. And she reached out to several, not all responded, but what we were able to learn was that we're on the lower end of what other districts are charging. So we would recommend increasing the price for next year to $3.35 for a student paid lunch, $1.65 for a student paid breakfast, $4.75 plus tax for an adult lunch, and $2.75 plus tax for an adult breakfast. The reason why we would like to do this, the state minimum price or recommended price will continue to go up. And even if meals are still universally free next year, we don't want, in a couple of years to have to, raise the price, a shocking amount to our families. Because if they end up with a third year of universally free meals, that'll be 3 years since anybody's paid for school meals. So we'd like to increase the price incrementally over the next 3 years to keep up with what the state's recommending. Estelle, I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, not really. It does sound like, as you mentioned, somewhat positive that the universal meals for 1 year in Massachusetts could be extended. But again, that would probably just be a 1 more year. So as Nick had mentioned, it would be important to kind of get ahead of the ball with the incremental increases now to make sure that we're not hitting our families too hard with a large increase in over 3 years, given the last 2 years being free.
Member Agna?
Just FYI for the public, what is the reduced rate? What would that be?
So the reduced rate really hasn't changed. It's 40 cents for lunch and 30 cents for breakfast. And that's been the same for many years. We don't have the ability to adjust at that. So.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure people knew that. Thank you.
Hey, any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing that, oh, sorry, Member Seraphy Cox.
I assume you need a motion?
Yes, I was going to ask for that next.
Yeah. So I would move to approve the school meal increases as presented. And also one question that I had with that was just if you could talk just very briefly about what assistance there is for folks who don't qualify for free or reduced meals, but can't quite afford the higher price.
Okay, before you answer, 1 sec, let's get a second on that motion, please.
I second it.
Okay, seconded by Member Agna. Okay, go ahead.
Sadly, I don't have the best answer to that. They're really, aside from applying for free and reduced price meals and or qualifying via direct certification, the meal prices are pretty standard.
And maybe I can revise the question a little bit to like, what are the levels for free and reduced lunch? Maybe people qualify for it and don't even realize it.
Right, so it's difficult to kind of go through each step, but it is based to qualify for free meals. The family income has to be at or below 130% of the federal poverty line. And to qualify for reduced price meals, they would have to be between 130 to 185% below the federal poverty guidelines. And that's adjusted obviously based on family size and such. And we do have a policy that predates me in Northampton where we don't deny any meals to students. And so regardless of their ability to pay, we also don't provide an alternate meal per se if they're unable to pay, just to kind of make sure we have that on record as well.
Thank you for noting that.
No problem.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
and Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thanks so much for joining us, Ms. Dell. Okay, next up, we have a vote on end of year transfers with Nick.
All right, thank you again. So historically in June, the school business administrator has asked for and received permission to be able to do necessary transfers in order to close up the fiscal year by school committee vote per policy DBJ, which Dr. Provost had sent in his email this afternoon. As you know, any transfers 10,000 or above need school committee approval, which, throughout the year, there's a few. It's not, it's relatively rare that transfers that large happen, as you know, from the past 10 months. But at the end of the year, you're moving a lot of money around to try to, cover all your deficits and get the fiscal year closed and everything. So it's a lot more common for larger transfers to need to be done. And if we had to wait for school committee meetings in July and August to be able to do that, we'd never be able to close the fiscal year on time per when our auditor's office needs it done. So the policy that I cited, allows the school committee to approve this. So I'm just going to ask for your permission to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no question. Oh, Member Goldman.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to move to approve or authorize the end of year transfers.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Davis. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just wonder, after, I recognize that it won't be you, Nick, but will there, after the transfers are done, will there be a report back to the school committee about what transfers were done?
I don't recall giving one last July.
Yeah.
Or August, for that matter. So I guess my answer to that is I don't know. I mean, ultimately, what's going to happen is the bottom line of the local appropriation will be zero. When basically what happens is deficits are covered, unexpected expenses are taken care of. As you've heard several times throughout our budget process this year, journal entries may be done where we end up charging some salary to the local budget that may have been, charged to school choice during the year, which helps keep that account, healthy so we can continue to fund salaries through it. When that's all done, and then that process takes took about 3.5 weeks last year. On top of that, you have to encumber all the summer payroll money, for staff that gets paid throughout the summer. There are Unit A gets paid all summer, Unit B administrators, and there are some ESPs as well that do, for school year employees. So anyway, once you, throw all that in a blender, then do your transfers and journal entries, you end up at zero. And then it's, the business manager contacts the auditor and basically says, we're good. I mean, we do document the transfers and the journal entries in the business office. So I mean, it's something the school committee could certainly have access to if you wanted it, would be my short answer.
Sure. And I recognize that with the turnover, that might be more of a challenge, but just to flag for the committee that it might be something that we integrate into our practice in the future.
Member Stein.
Hi, Nick. Thanks a lot. I'm going to miss you and wish you well.
Thank you.
And just sort of following up on the question from Emily, I'm just wondering, if there's anything that comes to mind that's over $10,000 right now that you think will be transferring for that's sort of out of the usual, not some of these, the things you sort of described. And I'm asking you on the spot, so if you don't know, that's fine. But
all that would be in the year-to-date budget report that that's in the packet. Off the top of my head, there's a couple building maintenance accounts. That budget can be a moving target. I mean, if you end up with a major roof problem or something like that during the year, you end up overspending what you thought you would on roof maintenance. There's like contracted services for evaluations. As you've heard many times this year, our high school psychologist has it's been vacant since September, but the eval still have to happen. So we contract, so some money from that, vacant position salary line would be moved to cover the contract services, things like that. We took care of legal fees earlier, a couple months ago, as you'll recall. Long-term subs, sometimes that's another thing, just depending on how many days that they're a long-term sub, they either need to be charged to a long-term sub account or to the actual teacher account. Some of these things where you're just not going to know till the year ends. So that's why, June is the month where we would ask for the permission to do this.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
And Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, next up is we have Al Williams here from Northampton Open Media, and to talk about the space at JFK and the possibility of moving to hybrid. July 15th is the day that we've been working towards with the state to where they'd extended the provisions for open meeting law around the pandemic. So Al, you may have, I don't know if you have an update from the state and where they are, but what I've heard is that it seems likely legislation will happen, and that there will be maybe an encouragement to move towards hybrid, which is what here in Northampton Open Media has fabulously been trying to equip our public meeting spaces so that we can do that. And so Al is going to kind of update us on what that would look like at JFK for our committee. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here. So we think, certainly hybrid meetings are exactly what's going to be happening as a regular active business in the future. I don't think there's really any doubt about that. I don't have any different information from the state than the mayor does. The good news, is that we're ready today to bring you hybrid meeting coverage. If you wanted to have your next meeting in a hybrid manner, that's something we could do. We would bring cameras in. What it would feel and look like is, as you may or may not recall, what it's like to meet in person. There's a horseshoe shaped ring of tables that you sit at, and there's a podium or a lectern off to one side. And you would see, there would be a screen in the room, and you would see people who are participating in the Zoom meeting on that screen, and hear them as well. And they would see the meeting and hear all the participants in the meeting. That's what it would look and feel like. And it's something we could execute today with the setup we have or the equipment we have, but it's also something that we're going to be, we're building towards executing even more fully and more easily and more efficiently moving forward. We've, in conjunction with Antonio Pagan, Antonio's on this meeting here today. I see him, I don't know if he's here, but have secured some quotes about retrofitting the room at JFK Middle School. And that retrofit will similarly look like that. It'll be a little bit fancier in the sense that there'll be 2 screens on the side of the room for the committee to see those people inside the Zoom meetings. There'll also be a screen in that second room, the farther room, because there will be people, sometimes you have overrun if it's a serious issue or an important issue or a popular issue. There'll be people in that room. And so there'll be a screen in that room as well for people to watch the Zoom meeting from that perspective, in case they're back there. There'll also be new speaker systems in both of those rooms so that people can hear what's going on. And those will be independently controlled, so you can have different volumes in the back room and the front room. I should say this is what's been quoted out. None of it's been approved, and we haven't done any purchasing yet. There'll also be wall-mounted PTZ cams, so there won't be any cameras on tripods in the rooms. They're going to be on the walls. They'll be operated robotically, and in addition to that, there's a touch screen that would be behind the committee, in the back wall, that will allow someone to come in and sort of start a Zoom meeting very easily with a touch of a button. And that screen will also allow committee members to screen share when you want to, in lieu of using a projector, you could just use that large touch screen. There's also, part of the build out also involves installing a ceiling mounted area microphone in the room. And the reason for this is that our thinking in outfitting the room and designing the room is we want people to be able to come into the room that are subcommittees or our other committees that are not the full main school committee, and have a meeting in that room and still utilize that room, still have a Zoom meeting, still have a meeting that can be recorded, audio and video. And so that ceiling mounted microphone would capture audio for people who are in the room meeting. It wouldn't be the kind of 3-camera shoot or multi-camera shoot that we've done in person in past school committee meetings, but we would have the center cam that would be active and automatically activated when that Zoom meeting was started. So it's a multifunctional space that we can easily use to cover school committee meetings in a hybrid fashion. And also committees can walk into that room and they can self-record so that we can make sure to gather as much recordings of committee meetings as possible. That's our goal. It's a similar build out to city council chambers. So if you've been in there and seen that screen setup, it works in a similar way. We tested out a recent hybrid meeting. There was an ARPA hearing that the city had in this past week, and that was a hybrid meeting, and it went very well inside of that room. So it's a similar approach. I should also say we're trying to set up a meeting to do another hybrid meeting. We're looking at some dates of just committee meetings that are coming up in the city, and possibilities are June 13th, 27th, and July 11th. We haven't nailed down one of those dates yet, but if anyone wants to come and see that kind of hybrid meeting in action, you're welcome to do that, and I'll make sure to let everyone know. And of course, in addition, before we move into a hybrid meeting, we'll be there as staff early, just to orient everyone into how things are going and how they work.
Awesome. Thank you, Al. Antonio, is there anything that you want to add before I open up questions? Whoops, hold on. Here you go.
I think that Al explained very well. I think that we are working collaboratively on this in a way that, we will be able to have a solution that would be both working with NOM being there or not, and be hybrid. Doesn't matter what. I think it's going to be, if we can get to the fine design. I think that we've been going back and forth. This is the second vendor that goes to the place. Well, this one looks like it's going to be a solution that will fit all the needs that we have right now, and it will be a very good solution. We don't have a final version yet. We are still working with the vendor on all the parts that are needed and how it's going to be funded, whether it's city or NAM funded, but that would be something that will work out later.
Okay, great, thank you. Member Levy.
Thanks to you both for your work on this, as well as your explanation of how it will go. I recall the in-person meetings that we had before and how hard it was to be able to like see who was talking. It was sort of everything was far away and little heads. I know we've gotten used to Zoom where the speaker can be big on our screens. Can you say a little bit more about the efficacy of the microphone that's going to be hanging in the middle, as well as the cameras that you said are going to be robot operated? Is this like an owl where like when I speak, it's going to look at me and it will highlight my face? Or are the people viewing the meeting going to just see lots of little faces and not really have a sense of who's talking?
So there's a couple of answers to this. One is for school committee, like for a committee meeting where NAM is present and we're running all three of those cameras, there will be close-ups of people as they speak, and you'll see faces very well. The cameras, not speaking to the distance of the shot in some of the cases that you're talking about, but the cameras that we've been using in school committee are very old. They have not been replaced in a long time. So you'll see a significant increase in quality as well. For meetings where NAM is not present, what will happen is there will be a locked off shot, a wide shot. So you still will have kind of a wider shot of people in the room for those subcommittee meetings. However, the goal here is really to capture the audio very well, because the audio is, in this instance, much more important than the video coverage of the meeting. Owls are not something we've looked at as a solution. Owls are pretty, well, they have a lot of security issues is one thing around using that kind of a solution. So this is the thing that we've thought is best. So you still may have some of those kind of faraway shots if it's just a smaller committee meeting that's not the main school committee meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Member Miller.
First of all, thank you again for all the work on this. My question, being hearing impaired, is whether we each have mics so that we'll all be able to hear each other.
Everyone will have a microphone. Everyone on the school committee will be mic'd, and there's also there'll be hearing assistance system inside of the room. So if there are people who are hearing impaired, that system will be fed a signal. They can wear headphones and listen to the meeting with the volume up.
Thanks.
And there'll be speakers in the room. I'm not sure if you're concerned about you hearing yourselves, the school committee hearing themselves. There's also speakers. There'll be a new speaker system in the ceilings of both rooms, with the goal of those working better as well.
Thanks.
Yeah,
that's great. Okay, do you have any other questions for Al? So it'll be up to us to sort of, well, one, we have to see by July 15th what the state says, and whether there's really a discussion about if there's even an option to stay fully remote or not. And then, we should talk as a committee about what sort of decision we want to make. So we have to see what the decision is from the state, and then our own choices on whatever they are, whatever pool of choices we're choosing from, on sort of our next step on how we want to proceed and when we want to kind of go back into that space. Okay. So I'm trying to think what our meeting in July is. I feel like it's right around that time, isn't it? I don't have the calendar in front of me.
It's the 14th, I just checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if the state has said anything before then we'll, in time for it to be on the agenda, we'll make sure it's on the agenda for the 14th. Member Stein.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Alan and Antonio for trying to figure this out and for working with us on it. So it's greatly appreciated. I know it's not easy. So thank you very much.
I second those thanks. And I can tell you that I've been talking to both of them for over 2 years now about every possible configuration, but been talking about how the eventuality of going hybrid, what that would look like. And they have been working on this for a long, long time. So your thanks are very warranted because we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. All right, thank you both. Okay, next up, we have a vote to appoint Dr. Fine as school physician. Dr. Provost.
Thank you very much. In ed reform, there were a few positions that were kept under the direct hiring authority of the school committee. The school physician is one of them. On this night of goodbyes, I'd like to thank Dr. Johansson, who has been our school physician, for all of her assistance over the course of the pandemic. She is no longer able to do the position because she'll be taking on more responsibilities in the practice. However, she has recommended a colleague, Dr. Fine, whose paperwork is in your packet. For those of you who may be wondering exactly what a school physician does, I would say probably the most important piece is to be the medical support person for our director of school nursing. Actually, we call it director of health equity and safety programs, Lisa Saffron. And probably one of the most important things that they do under that rubric is provide standing orders for our school nurses so that they can administer medications. There are other pieces in the job description that sort of, I think, harken back to a day when there was less access to pediatric care and the school physician had more direct care responsibilities for students. But at this point, it is more of a position of making sure that all of our paperwork is in order so that we can do the work we need to do. I will say under COVID, we did receive a lot of clinical consultation from the school physician regarding issues such as masking, being in person versus remote, et cetera. But in normal times, there's not that amount of policy consultation. So my recommendation would be that the committee appoint Dr. Fine as a replacement school physician.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion and discussion? Member Seraphy Cox.
Motion to appoint Dr. Fine as school physician.
Second.
Made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by member Levy. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a question additionally or no?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, member Stein.
I just sort of had another question. I'm unfamiliar with this role, because I think maybe a lot of us are. But like, is this a paid position? How much is it paid annually? How many sort of is it an informal advisory position? Like, can you maybe explain a little bit more about the nature of the position?
It is a paid position. We have a small stipend for the individual to do this work. Nick, I don't know if you have that figure at your fingertips, but
I'm looking it up.
It's essentially a stipend as opposed to an hourly position, and it's crafted around the idea that it would be sort of minimal hours of service over the course of the year.
Any other questions while Nick is?
It was $3,000 was budgeted for this coming year.
Okay. Thank you for looking that up, Nick. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call on appointing Dr. Fine as the school physician.
Member Levy. You must have said yes. Okay. Member Miller.
Sorry, there was something that happened right with my yes.
Okay. Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
and Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you, Dr. Fine, for taking on that role for us. Next up is discussion and possible vote to purchase test kits for the 22-23 school year. Dr. Provost.
Thank you. I'm just here tonight to get some direction from the school committee on how they want to handle testing next year. The state testing program will come to an end as of this summer. We will still have testing services provided by the state for our summer program. But when that ends and the new school year begins in August or September, there will no longer be any state support for testing of any kind, not pooled testing, not take-home testing, not symptomatic testing, et cetera. The option districts have been given is to purchase tests at their, what they're calling take-home tests now, at their own expense, if they want to continue to provide some level of testing for the district. The recommendation from the state is that if districts choose to do that, they use it for in-school symptomatic testing only. I've done some estimation based on our use of test kits, the minimal purchase of the program, and the participation in the at-home testing program this year. I think, to the best of my ability to estimate the cost of doing in-school symptomatic testing next year, would be $75,000. I say that because the minimum purchase through the state contract is $75,000, and I think that would be an adequate supply to get us through the year. I don't think it's fiscally responsible to try to continue to do at-home testing. My estimate for that would be about $300,000. So I do think that it would be well received in the community to continue to offer symptomatic testing in the schools. So my recommendation would be to go ahead and purchase $75,000 worth of test kits for in-school symptomatic testing. However, that's a large sum of money. It wasn't part of our plan that we had discussed. It would be a modification to the ESSER's plan. We could use ESSER's money for it. However, it would mean some of the other things that we were planning on doing with ESSER's, we would not be able to do. So I'm really here just to get your thoughts on that, either in the form of a sense of the committee or a vote to direct me to purchase the kits or not purchase the kits.
Dr. Provost, would we have to purchase them all at what they expire after a certain amount of time, right? So could we purchase them in stages to make sure that they are actually used and that we don't end up wasting kits that expire?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'd get back to the committee on that if you wish.
Okay, Member Levy?
I'm in support of purchasing the kits. I would want to know, though, what would be brought out of the previous plans for ESSER spending as a result.
Dr. Provost, go ahead.
We've talked a couple of times about not building the pavilions. In the plan, the pavilions are supposed to have been built this spring. We have the issue with siting a pavilion at Bridge Street anyways, which then creates problems with equity with the other schools. So my suggestion would be that we discontinue plans to erect pavilions at schools.
Member Stein.
Sorry, I have some unmuting trouble. Yeah, I mean, my own perspective is that this is a pretty big policy shift. It's the elimination of another pillar of our mitigation strategy. And we've relaxed pretty much everything else. And we're going to go into an uncertain fall with variants of Omicron with no sort of detection capacity, since they're going to be getting rid of pool testing, and we're not going to be giving kids test kits to take it home and rely on their parents, I guess, to pay for them themselves. Maybe if they're insured, they can get reimbursed. And I look at those lists of cases that we see every week, the numbers that we get from the pool testing program and the numbers we get from the take-home reported, or reported, right? It could be from a medical practice as well. And we're not going to have any of that information. And it's entirely possible we'll be caught very flat-footed, as we were in April, with large in-school spread with even less information. So my recommendation would be to have what is hopefully going to be a newly created ad hoc COVID policy advise us on what level of mitigation testing, what role testing really should play for us next year, based on what we know about the historical pattern of the disease, and make a recommendation to the committee on how to proceed. I know no one wants to spend money, and we don't have a lot of money, but there is some, COVID relief money that the city still has, and actually spending it on a COVID-related expense seems pretty appropriate. So I would ask that we, have this new ad hoc committee advise us on what level of testing we really need to set us up responsibly for the fall. Thank you.
Dr. Provost, by when would they need to be ordered?
This is still an evolving situation. There's a follow-up webinar from DESE next week. We may get answers to questions such as, will we be able to purchase the lots in segments so that we continue to have fresh kits? I have not seen a sort of deadline for ordering. I believe the information I've seen has just been that districts will be able to purchase the kits through the state contract next year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further questions? Member Goldman.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, we do not.
I'd like to move to table this vote to the next meeting.
To the July meeting?
July 14th meeting.
Does this need a motion and a vote? Sounded like the superintendent just wanted to know the
It just said possible vote. So we don't need to vote, we'll just discuss. Great.
Okay. Okay, so we will put this on the agenda for the next meeting. All right. Next up is interview possible vote to appoint interim business manager, Dr. Provost.
Thank you. Sorry for the posting. I think I was a little ambitious saying interview. My hope was to introduce Susan Wright, really, who would be my recommendation as an interim business manager. At this point, my recommendation would be that the school committee choose to appoint an interim business manager. The posting did go out. I can tell you that the pool of candidates was shallow. So shallow that there would not even be any screening. If you wanted to look at the current candidates, they would all just go through, because that's how many basically you would need in order to have some choices. I think that keeping the posting open over the summer would give us an opportunity to perhaps develop a deeper pool. Also, as Nick just explained, there are a number of intricate accounting procedures that need to be done over the course of the next several weeks. Susan Wright has worked as the district's business manager in the past, and she's worked as the city's chief financial officer in the past. So she understands both sides of the ledger, if you will. So my feeling is that the best move for the committee at this point would be to appoint her as an interim business manager. She said she would be available to work through the end of the summer and to continue the search for your business manager, keep the posting open, and hopefully schedule interviews sometime in July or August.
Thank you. As someone who's worked with Susan for 8 years, I am just sort of floored by the fact that she's willing to come do this and help out. Truly, nobody knows Northampton finance better than she does, on both, as Dr. Provost said, on both the school and the city side. She is the foremost expert. So I'm extraordinarily grateful that she'd be willing to do this. For those of you who don't know, she retired last year as the finance director of the city of Northampton. So she has retired, but it's very generous of her to be willing to come and help us out for the summer. Member Sarfi Cox.
As the chair of the negotiating subcommittee, I am so grateful that we will not be without a business manager. So I think that there's a vote required. And let me look at it here. Dr. Provost, it sounds like the motion that you're probably looking for is to appoint Susan Wright, and she's confirmed that she would accept that appointment.
Correct.
Okay, so my motion would be to appoint Susan Wright as interim business manager for the Northampton Public Schools.
I second it.
Motion made by member Sarfi Cox, seconded by member Agna. Member Levy.
Thanks. I appreciate the thought to have an interim. I think that really helps us have time to, I like the term deepen the pool, but really do some outreach and give us an opportunity to really do a wider search. I appreciate that folks have spoken positively about Susan. I'm sure she's fantastic given what you've said, but I'm struggling with the fact that until this very moment, I didn't know the name of the person you were going to suggest, nor have I seen any resume or any information about the credentials. I don't know Susan, so, you know, for folks who do know her, I'm glad to know your support of her. But I think I was just floored, and I couldn't believe that this was on the agenda without any supporting materials. And I'm not really sure what to do with that, because we need an interim person. Sounds like this person would be good, but this isn't a way that I hope that will ever function again. This is a really important role. And I think for those of us who don't know this person, it's hard to not have any information about her. So I wanted to make that clear, and I will go with the desire of the rest of the committee, but this feels really hard to me.
Okay. Any further discussion? Member Robbins.
I just want to second what Member Levy said. I appreciate enormously that Susan's stepping up, and I feel very strongly that this is an appointment by the committee, and we do need to have a process and policy. And it felt a lot like there wasn't much inclusion on it. So yeah, it would be good to meet her and have her come say hi to the committee and talk a little bit about where she sees the challenges and how she can pick that up and move forward. So I hope we do get to meet her in the next session.
Okay. Any other discussion? Excuse me. Okay, see no other hands. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Miller.
Member Miller.
Yeah. Yes, reluctantly.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
No, and it's not in, with any disrespect to Susan, it's really just to protest the process.
Okay, next up is vote on Bridge Street School Pre-K ESP MOA, and Member Seraphy Cox, are you going to present this?
Sure. So this MOA should be in your packet. And this is related to stipends for some amazing pre-K classroom paraprofessionals who have really stepped up during this really difficult time to provide support in the afternoons in the extended care program. With heartfelt thanks to those folks, I would make a motion to approve the MOA related to the Bridge Street pre-K paraprofessionals. Here it says ESPs, but we're moving to paraprofessional language, and go Bridge Street.
So you just made that motion, yes?
I did, and it should definitely reflect the Go Bridge Street. That has to be a part of the motion.
Okay, Annie, take note, please. Is there a second?
I second it.
Seconded by, that was Member Davis first up. Get you next, Member Gazy. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
and Member Miller.
Yes.
Okay. That passes. Next is vote to refer policy section I to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. Dr. Provost, your name is attached to this?
Sure. This was a request that came out of the last Rules and Policy Subcommittee meeting. There are some policies within section I that the subcommittee would like to work on. And we're going through our process of updating all the policies comprehensively. So the request is to have section I referred to them so they can work on the policies contained therein.
Okay.
So moved.
Motion been made by Member Levy and seconded by
Me.
Member Gazy. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein. I think you said yes, but I think you were muted, Member Stein.
Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
and Member Goldman. I think I heard you say yes, Member Goldman.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Okay, that's been referred. Next is discussion and possible vote, superintendent search and interim superintendent. Dr. Provost.
Thank you. So in the letter I sent out today, I sort of structured
Excuse
this
me,
conversation.
I don't want to interrupt Dr. Provost, but I did have my hand up, Mayor. I wonder if I could be recognized before that.
Dr. Provost was going to, usually we have the person present before we have discussion.
I do have a motion though to make. Could I do that, please?
Before the presentation of what we're talking about?
I would have done it if there were a little bit of pause after our last item, but we moved into it very quickly.
I'm sorry, are you not talking about L?
We've already approved L. We've already approved K. I have a motion about L. Yes.
Right. Can Dr. Provost just present?
I would like to ask if you could hear my motion. Is that allowable?
Generally, we have the person present first, and then we open it up to the committee for a
I
motion.
do understand that, and the motion pertains to that.
It would be my preference if we allow Dr. Provost to please present what he was going to say, and then I'll give the floor to you. Dr. Provost.
Thank you. So as I was saying, I see this as a bifurcated process, and then there are choices within both of the paths, if you will. I think that there will be a need for both an interim superintendent and a process for a permanent replacement. For interim superintendent, I think the decision point is whether you would like to consider any of the qualified candidates who are currently employees of the district, or post the position and then do interviews of whatever candidates that might generate, or post the position and then you could still consider internal candidates later on if you didn't like who you were able to get through your postings. Then you'll also need a process for a permanent replacement that will have to take place over a longer time frame. I can tell you, as someone who's been a part of many superintendent processes, there are really two agencies that do this kind of work in our area. One is the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, which you're a member of. The other is the New England School Development Corporation, NASDAQ. Both of them follow similar processes. Both of them have access to the same pool of candidates. I think it really is a determination of which agency you feel more comfortable with. So I think tonight it also would be helpful if there was some direction on how to proceed with that process, which could look like either if you feel you already know which agency you'd like to go with, to vote on that, or which is more likely, to ask someone from the committee to gather more information or invite representatives from the various agencies to a future school committee meeting to explain the services they offer and make a choice. So that's the information that I had to present.
Thank you. Now, Member Robbins.
Thank you. My motion is that this discussion is something the school committee has not had. And once again, I at least feel pretty much out of the loop about all of it. We did know that Dr. Provost has announced that he is leaving, but we haven't actually had a conversation with him about any of the details around that. And there are other concerns about administrative gaps. And my motion is to move items L and M to executive session X to include conduct strategy sessions in preparation for contract negotiations with non-union personnel.
I'll second that motion.
Sorry, so you want to move it to the executive session on this agenda?
Yes, because we're already conducting an executive session, and I do realize that it's possibly not an ordinary move, but I also feel like there is a really strong feeling of lack of inclusion in these discussions, and a need to be very transparent among school committee members before we really make a decision about how we're going to support Dr. Provost in his exit, and then also support both interim and longer term hires. And I know there's a concern about the legality of open session, so I took it upon myself to speak to two representatives in the Attorney General's office who felt that this actually satisfied those demands.
Okay, but you want it to be under which executive session reason for going to executive session?
Well, we're only having one executive session. So the executive session.
There are 10 reasons for which one can go into executive session.
Exactly. And this is actually from reason, and I can cite what I was told, which is it's GLC 30A 21A2 purpose 2. When convening an executive session pursuant to purpose 2, a public body must identify the non-union personnel with whom it will be negotiating, which I think we have done. And that since we already have an executive session on the agenda, we can add this to it.
Member Seraphy Cox, maybe you can assist with this, but it's my understanding you need to notice on the agenda the reasons for which you're going to go into executive session, and that's not noticed on here.
I was just looking at that, and I also see that because it was noticed as an agenda item on the agenda, that might make it different. I feel like I would need legal counsel on that particular question. And
Can I also say that I did request this as a member of the committee, I believe a couple of times. So this isn't, it's not a new request, but I think it's a really important one. I think we're looking at a major change in administration at a number of different levels. It's a big change for our school district. And I'm a little concerned that there have been conversations that have already happened with school personnel about those options before the school committee. It's our job to do that hiring. It's our job to discuss it. And it's feeling as though it's moved out of really are even beginning to have those discussions.
Okay, Member Agna?
I kind of wish I'd been able to make my motion first, because I agree that we need opportunities to consider who and how we want to interview candidates for an interim position to fill in while we look for a permanent superintendent. I don't know if I can have a friendly amendment to this, because I think it's really about having an executive session. So if I would like as vice chair to make a proposal that we do have a special meeting in which we consider and interview candidates for interim superintendent and put out a posting immediately for that, and also post a meeting as soon as possible, as early as next Tuesday, June 14th. However, because there's a motion on the floor, I will have to wait. Thank you.
Thank you. And
well, I heard the option for a friendly amendment. So I guess the question to the motioner is if that is a friendly amendment.
Sorry, I can't even find. So I can accept or welcome or whatever. I feel like this is a discussion that we really haven't had and we need to have, and now's a good time to have it. We had a very full agenda. We've moved through it quite quickly. It's a good opportunity to sort of clear the air a little bit about what our next steps are. And even if we send out a posting, it's a conversation about what are we posting. So what's our consensus about what we're looking for in a new leader? And there's been a lot of constituent questions around that I haven't been able to answer. And I was a bit dismayed to see that there have already been some conversations about that made at a different level. So thank you for the friendly amendment, Member Agna. I'm not averse to having a special meeting, but that's not part of this motion now. And if you'd like to bring up your motion after that, you could, if it doesn't pass. Thank you.
So I think that Layla is going to join us to answer the question about whether this could legally be done in this executive session, but I don't see her as of yet. Member Levy.
Well, I have a thing to say. However, I'm not sure if I should say it right now or if I should say it in the executive session. I'm confused. So I do have something to say about my thoughts on how we conduct the search. I agree with Member Robbins. There's a lot for us to discuss that because it impacts the way that we're going to conduct our search, and it therefore impacts matters of personnel and our ability to hire personnel, as well as how we're going to move forward with our current personnel. Makes sense to me that we do this in executive session. So I guess I want to note that I have something to say, and I would love to say it to you all in executive session right now, if that's what we vote to go do, which I support. And if that doesn't pass, then I just want to like be in line to say my thing after member Agne's thing, if we're not doing it in executive session.
Okay. Member Davis.
Okay, so my question regarding this issue is, I guess I totally understand the concept of if it's a personnel issue, it would be an executive session. That's my understanding. However, two people that I also respect who know a lot of stuff, Dr. Provost and the mayor, had this idea that it was appropriate for this item to be on this part of the agenda. So my question is, maybe there's something that I don't understand that makes this appropriate for us. So I wanted to have an open mind about that, so that maybe this can be on the agenda. So is it really the matter of it's making decisions about the process and not the person? Is that a nuance about it, or is it something else?
You want me to explain that?
Yeah, or from Dr. Provost or the mayor, maybe. But that was my thought, is to like, well, there's a reason it's on the agenda here, and maybe there's an appropriate reason for that as well, that maybe it wasn't in error or something. That's what I'm just wondering.
Dr. Provost, did you want to?
So I'm concerned that talking about the process of hiring a new superintendent doesn't qualify as one of the exceptions to the open meeting law. However, I'm not an attorney. Second time I've said that this week. I think Layla will be joining us, and I think we should put the question to her. If it's a discussion that can be held in executive session, it seems like there's an interest in doing that. If it's not something that qualifies for executive session, then obviously it should be done here.
I would say, just to hold on one second, just to sort of maybe answer your broader question, Member Davis. I think as Dr. Provost presented it to me, since this is the first time that we've been able to have a discussion since he's announced that he's leaving, he wanted the school committee to be able to know what the possible options were for the school committee. So that's why it was laid out that way, that these are the roads we could go down. Okay. Member Stein.
I'm going to try to channel Member Miller, who's usually very helpful in these moments. Now I see that her hand is up. It seems, I'm trying to think through the question that Member Davis asked, and it seems that if I'm understanding Member Robbins correctly, the question about this determining which roads are available to go down is the conversation she wants to have, not about the choice of these roads, to stretch the metaphor maybe. So I don't know if that, again, I'm not sure if that's something we do in this meeting or what other concerns she had for the specific open meeting law. Not open meeting law, I'm sorry, executive session guidance that she mentioned, but it seems to me it's a question about who's driving the bus and what things are getting considered, and that's I guess how I'm understanding this. Thanks.
Okay. Member Miller, and then I do see Layla has joined us.
I guess my questions are partly, it's about that I would have wanted a full discussion with everyone involved about the options and what the impact would be of those options, which do then include other personnel. So I just thought of that as being the part that needs to be happening in executive session, is that it's not just those options presented, but the multi-layer impacts of those, and my at least inability to respond to any questions from constituents about this process. So I have all kinds of questions, but I had assumed that all that should happen in executive session because it would involve other people, not just the possibilities of an interim. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Layla. Are you there?
Okay.
Hi.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have not been here for the entire meeting. So I think I need to be brought up a little bit to speed. The only thing I'm aware of is that there's some question about executive session. So would somebody please just quickly bring up to speed and I'll be able to advise on this.
Sure. So I don't know if you have the agenda, but so we're at item L, which is the discussion and possible vote about the superintendent search and interim superintendent. And Member Robbins made a motion, which was seconded, to move this discussion to executive session. But the question is whether that is a possibility. And Member Robbins, I didn't write down which exemption you stated. If you wanted to share it with Layla, which number it is.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Layla, this comes from my conversations and written confirmation from the Attorney General's office about this specific question. And they cited section GLC 30A 21 B3, and it's part 2, which would be it, and specifically GL section 30A 21A 2, purpose 2. And that was around actually having an executive session to included our ability to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for contract negotiations with non-union personnel.
Okay.
So, but it is not,
So
it was not noticed on this agenda.
It was not noticed on this agenda. Okay.
Can I just clarify, Layla, for you that I did ask I read that notice that we do have on our agenda to the AG, and they said as long as we have an executive session on the agenda, the public has been notified that this is an agenda topic, that we can add it to that executive session.
But they haven't been, but that doesn't make, I just want to make sure I understand this. The Attorney General said that even though the public wasn't noticed of that specific purpose, you can add it to the agenda?
That as long as it's on the agenda, we can move it into the executive session because we are already calling. We've notified the public that we're having an executive session. We're having an executive session that is, I think the term for it at this point is in respect to collective bargaining or litigation and a level 3 grievance.
Okay, so none of those purposes are spelled out on that notice. So purpose number 2 that you just read to me is not on the agenda, correct?
No, it is not.
It's not currently on the agenda.
No.
And so the public didn't have 48 hours notice of this specific item.
It does in the agenda.
Yeah, it's on, sorry.
What I'm hearing is that the agenda has an executive session posted, and that the executive session is to discuss collective bargaining, litigation strategy, and a level 3 grievance, which falls under purpose 3. Is that, but you're asking for there to be an executive session under purpose 2.
I'm asking to move 2 items currently on the open agenda to executive session.
To executive session.
Yes.
Typically, you're going to want to give the public notice. If you have it if you have it in writing that this specific item from the Attorney General is something that you can move into executive session for tonight, and that they have said that the discussion about, and is this a discussion about whether to hire a post for an interim or hire internally? Is that the question you asked the Attorney General?
I said it was a question about talking about our strategies in doing so, and that it wouldn't actually involve personnel who are either within the district or out of the district. That in fact, that is our job, it is our mandate, and we have yet to have a conversation about that, which is inappropriate to have in an open meeting at this time.
So I'm trying to understand exactly what you asked the Attorney General. Did you ask of the Attorney General's office? It was the Division of Government that you spoke with, I'm assuming?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Okay.
I would have been happy to, I would have been happy to share all this, but I did ask the agenda setting committee, and nobody actually wanted to know more about it, and it was not put on the agenda in that form. So it's an important conversation. It's an incredibly important conversation. So perhaps we even need to have it at a different time. I'm not really sure, but I will remind the assembled body that, as Member Levy said, that having that conversation publicly may not be the best thing for our district at this point. So I'm considering what is the best next step for our district, which may not be to have this discussion at all right now.
So if the Attorney General put in writing that it was okay to move this to an executive session, and that the purpose would be to discuss, generally the strategy you wanted to take in order to find somebody to fill the process that you wanted to take to fill that role, then I'm not going to sit there and say, don't follow the Attorney General's guidance. I will say that typically when somebody submits a resignation that is part of the appointment, within the appointment responsibilities of a public body, it is not unusual for that public body to have an open discussion about whether.
Layla, we can't hear you. Hold on, where'd you go?
I think she dropped.
Did she drop entirely?
Just getting to the good part.
Yeah, she was breaking up. Okay. Member Agna, do you want to wait or do you want to speak now?
She's back.
She is? Where's she?
I'm sorry. So
yeah,
typically,
a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if I can help. I'm doing the best I can. I don't have the video off, so I was hoping that would solve it. But typically that conversation happens in an open meeting. But if the Attorney General's office said that they would see it as a valid under purpose too, I'm not going to say don't move forward and do that. I do think the best practice would be to post it with 48 hours notice. But the attorney's office gone on record, and that's the guidance you're relying on, they make the open meeting law decision. So I'm not going to say, don't follow their guidance.
Okay, Member Agna.
I guess my understanding was, in talking with some people and looking this up, that if we wanted to have an open process to get an interim, just not deciding on current applications, but posting it so that we could have more of an open process, we could do that by having another meeting that we would make notice for and make it a special meeting that we could have as soon as possible. That would take away from a long meeting like today, and also show how important it is to the committee that we have an opportunity to talk with each other and talk with anyone who is interested in being an interim for the period that we have until we get a permanent. So I I understand that there's a question about whether this can be done in executive session or open meeting. My understanding was it needed to be done in open meeting. And that's why I was hoping that we could post and also hold another meeting this month, special meeting, so that we could have an open process for the interims that we might be wanting to be a part of our system until we find a permanent superintendent.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
I had two sort of follow-up questions for Layla. The first was, I'm not sure if you answered or the way I understood what Member Robbins was saying was that the public was noticed that this item was going to be up for discussion in an open meeting tonight. And because they were noticed that way, and the exception she cited, it can be moved to executive session, right? It's not as if there was no notice that this agenda item was going to be talked about. The venue of where it's going to be discussed would be different under Member Robbins' proposal based on the reason she cited. So like, is that your, I guess the first question is like, is that your understanding that like, is that something that's typical about noticing, right?
It's not typical. It's not typically what happens, right? But if the Attorney General's office has said if a matter that is properly posted in open meeting could also be proper for executive session and it can be moved at that meeting, I'm not going to disagree with the Attorney General's office's interpretation, right? It's not typically what happens, and usually that's when I've seen it happen. It's been done because it's it feels like there's an emergency basis for it, which I don't think this would qualify for. But if the Attorney General's office said that they would sanction that, they're the ones who make the open meeting law determination, so it's reasonable to rely on.
Okay, and then the second question, if I understood you at the last thing you were saying, not in response to me, but before, about when an employee offers a resignation, and then this is typically how it goes. I don't know, has Dr. Provost offered a resignation? Or I don't even know where we are in the process. It would seem that might be another reason to pursue the course that Member Robbins is suggesting.
Well, I don't know if that would be the reason for an executive session, but I thought he did make an announcement that he was accepting another job. So maybe it wasn't a formal resignation, but I thought that was the reason this was on the agenda. But in terms of the process for hiring an interim or finding somebody when there's an absence of one of these appointed leadership roles, it's not uncommon for there to be an open meeting law, an open discussion about the preferred course. But if there's a basis for having it in an executive session and the Attorney General's office is okay with that, then you can do it as well. I will say though, typically the Attorney General's office has been very clear that typically what can happen when you're talking about the actual screening process for candidates, typically in an executive session is that you have a preliminary screening committee or a subcommittee of less than a quarter.
I think she's gone again. Not ideal. All right, while she's coming back, Dr. Provost, did you have something that you wanted to respond to that was recently said?
I wanted to try to offer a suggestion based on what I've heard, which is it seems like there's a desire for another meeting. There is a concern about timeline. I know that Member Agna has proposed posting a position, which if you did post, you would have the opportunity to have a meeting to screen the candidates, not to talk about strategy, but to screen the candidates, then you would also have an opportunity, once someone was selected publicly, to have a discussion about strategy for negotiating with that person. So there are many steps in the sort of between here and there. I wonder if it would make sense just to authorize a posting at this point, which sort of leaves all your options open.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. Member Levy.
Thanks. I'm just watching the clock. I know we've like done a good job so far, but we still have a lot to talk about. And this is a big thing. And I want to make sure we have time for this conversation. I think we need to make a decision tonight. I want a special meeting, but I think we need to make a decision tonight before that about a number of things. And there's a motion on the table to have this in executive session. I think we need to vote on that. And then we either have the conversation in executive session or we have it here, depending on how the vote goes. But it's a really important conversation. I think we need to have it tonight. So I'd like for us to decide whether we're having it in executive session or not, and then have the conversation.
Okay, so these would be hands to the motion on the floor, which would be to move this to executive session. Member Gazy, is this to the motion?
Yes, it is. I was just wondering if Member Davis actually had the Attorney General advice in writing, or whether it was just verbally over the phone, because that seemed to me to be a thing that Layla was talking about. And then, you know, I understand that this conversation that everybody wants is very important to have, but I also think that we should start our mask search of whatever agency as soon as possible to get that ball rolling. And especially if we have a meeting next week, then we can post it the right way and have our conversation. That was just my suggestion.
Thank you, Member Gazy. Dr. Provost, is there something you wanted to add? Oh, no.
Sorry, left my hand up.
That's okay. Member Robbins, to the motion.
Yes, and I want to clarify, it's not just about what next steps we take. And I'm going to remind the committee that we can appoint an interim. So doing an official search and sending out search letters and doing all that, we can do that. We can also have discussions about it, but more to the point, this is included in this discussion is a talk about what we're doing between now and then. And that includes how Dr. Provost leaves the position. And we don't have an end date for that, but there are actions and hirings and ongoing challenges that are before us prior to that we have not clarified. And I believe we really need to do so. So it is about our contract with non-personnel administration. And I think we need some clarity. And if we have that in an open session, that would certainly be Dr. Provost's choice. But I think that it's something that I think most of us would feel more comfortable being able to discuss elsewhere.
Member Agna.
I'd just like to echo what Member Gazy said, because we've had some difficulty with open meeting law issues already. And I just want to make sure that there is something in writing from the AG to submit. Okay, that's all. There was a question and it wasn't answered. And so I just wanted to make sure, because we need to CYA.
Okay, thank you, Member Agna. All right, any further discussion to the motion?
Can I just clarify the motion?
Sure.
Is that what we're about to vote on, is that we're going to go into executive session right now to discuss this, or that this gets put into the executive session at the end of our meeting? End of the meeting? This could have been right now or end of the meeting, Member Serapicaz. End of the meeting. Getting regional.
End of the meeting.
All right, thanks.
That's what we were thinking. Okay. All right. I feel like I've lost some of you. Seeing no further hands, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Davis.
Can you come back to me?
Sure. Mayor Cheryl.
No.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
And Member Davis.
No.
The vote is 7 in favor, 3 opposed.
I was muted. We will add that to the executive session at the end of the meeting, according to the permission from the AG. All right, next up is M, which is the investigation timeline. So Dr. Provost's name is on here, but I have sort of an update that I can share with the committee and then see if there's anything else to add. So given Superintendent Provost's departure from the schools at the end of this month, some members of the school community, have asked how his departure impacts the workplace investigation involving Principal Valancourt at the high school and determinations about the leadership at the high school for the next school year. So investigator Ryan has reported that she's completed her witness interviews and she's in the process of reviewing the evidence she has gathered. Her goal is to complete the report and deliver it to Superintendent Provost on or before June 27th, 2022, which is the last day of classes, so that he can make necessary determinations before his departure. As the superintendent is the appointing authority for principals and other administrative staff in the district, it's the superintendent that makes final decisions regarding personnel. In the event that there is any delay in the issuance of the report for any reason, or there are operational decisions that need to be made at the high school as a result of the investigation's findings, the person appointed interim superintendent will be briefed on the matter and will be responsible for that decision-making. Any policy changes that may need to be considered as an outcome of the investigation will be considered by the school committee. After conferring with our legal counsel, it's important for the public to understand that it's highly unlikely that the investigative report will be disclosed to the public or the general school community, given the privacy rights of all those involved in the investigation. Determinations about the scope of what will be discussed, if anything, will be made by those with appropriate authority in the district in consultation with our district's legal counsel. I see some hands. Member Goldman.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I think it was my understanding that the discussion about the superintendent search and the update on the investigation timeline were both a part of the last motion that passed to be moved to the executive session. So Member Robbins, can you just weigh in on that? It feels like the discussion just focused on the superintendent search and didn't talk about the timeline. You're still muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Member Goldman, and thank you. I was raising my hand for the same reason. Yes, that was what the motion was that just passed.
Apologies. Member Levy, did you reiterate that it was L and M and I just missed it?
I don't think I reiterated either L or M.
But that it also included the investigation?
My understanding was that it was L and M.
Okay, apologies. Okay, so that's just an update that I had. That's also, I think, really good for the public to hear because the public has been very interested in this. And the rest of us will discuss this in that's executive session. Member Stein.
Can I ask a question about your update, or do I have to wait?
Since I think we're having this executive session, why don't you wait?
Okay.
All right, so while it feels like we're done, we're not. Let's move back on up to reports and recommendations. And first up is rules and policy and member Gazy. Oh, you're muted. Can you unmute? What's going on there? There you go.
I couldn't find it for a while. Well, I'm trying to navigate around. So shall we do the second reading now?
Yes, please. So first up, second reading and vote. First one is, or you want to do all the second readings? Do you have them in front of you? I can tell you what they are.
I do. The first one is ACR, which is the non-discrimination policy, including harassment and retaliation. Thank you very much, Member Levy, for pointing out the problems that we had. We talked with Attorney Taylor and got her legal definitions. So as you can see highlighted in yellow, we changed the discrimination part and then used the more legal definitions. I think Member Levy, you had offered two, thought the second one was more legal, and that's what Attorney Taylor recommended. So you can see what we hashed out, what we added, and anything else. So I think we should be covered there. Are there any questions?
That was ACR, right? You haven't done ADDA yet?
No, I did ACR.
Okay.
That was
Member
the
Levy, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for your work on this. There was one other thing that I caught. I think it was just one, which is actually in the second paragraph, and it's the paragraph that starts, any member of the school community who is found, blah, blah, blah. And it says, the last sentence, such consequences may include restorative measures. But I think it's problematic if we set up restorative measures necessarily as consequences. And so I would just suggest that we reword the sentence before and then that sentence so that it's clear that restorative measures are one potential response, and then there are other potential responses, including consequences. So it would read, and apologies that I could send this to you in writing if it would be helpful. Any member of the school community who is found after investigation to have engaged in any form of discrimination, including harassment or retaliation against any other member of the school community, will be subject to the response determined appropriate by the administration. Such a response may include restorative measures, corrective action, and/or disciplinary action up to and including termination of employment or whatever the corrective action for students might be. I don't know if it's like, if we're saying like worst case scenario, if it's like expelling or suspension or I don't know what, but that would be my recommendation. Just again, to make sure we're framing restorative practices in a way that is more appropriate.
Sounds good to me. How about
If you want to put that in writing and email it to me, I can put it in there right now, Member Levy.
Yeah, thanks.
That would be good. I have to say that the method that we have for, discussing and stuff seems a little backward to me because, we've worked and then, we have a good suggestion like this. It seems that we should have more input in the first reading than in the second reading.
I felt that way when I was on that committee too. And I apologize. I was so focused on the definition of discrimination last time that I just didn't catch this last time, so I apologize that I didn't see it during.
Well, that's okay, but I was just wondering if we want, I mean, I know Annie is also sort of that notion, so I didn't know, at some point, maybe the next time we go around, we can talk about that, not right now.
Well, we would have to review the agenda policy in order to make that change.
Oh, God.
But you know, there's an emotion on the floor, and I apologize. I probably should have put a motion on the floor, but we can pass this after the second reading. You don't have to go back and edit and then bring it back again. We can pass it with this change if that's what the rest of the committee wants. Annie, I'm getting it to you right now.
Okay, great.
That sounds good to me. Is there any other questions on this part, or shall we move on to the next one while she is doing, while she's sending that correction, then we can come back when we're ready to vote. Oh, Member Stein?
I just had a question about the process. Do we like, so when Member Levy just proposed this change, which I think is a great suggestion, do we vote on that like amendment to this, or do we just like put it in and then we vote for the whole package at the end? Do we do the latter? Okay, thank you. And thanks for all the hard work.
Okay, so moving on to the next one is ADDA, which is the background checks. And this one, the superintendent reviewed, correct?
That's right.
And it was identical to the mask policy. It's a long thing. So there's not many changes on that, maybe. Any questions on that one?
Member Seraphy Cox?
Just to clarify that when Member Gazy says the mask policy, she does not mean facial masking. She means the Massachusetts Association of School Committees.
Thank you. MASC, where we get a lot of our recommended policies that then we review, we compare our policy to that, and then make any changes that we need for our particular situation, but are cognizant of all the suggestions that the Association of School Committees makes. They're a wonderful organization. Okay, and then the last one is BDE, the subcommittees of the school committee. And we added the negotiating subcommittee. We added the curriculum instruction. We added little blurbs on what they were, and which you can see in the highlighted part. So those are the three that are up for a vote. Annie, were you able to get that little cut and paste there?
I was, and any member can take a look at that. If you open it up in your packet and then you choose open with Google Docs, you can be in there and see the changes that I've made.
Thank you for your suggestion. Great.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox?
I was going to make a motion. I would move acceptance of all three of these policies with the changes outlined by Member by Member Levy for the ACR. Woo! It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
A second, Member Davey seconds.
Okay, motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein, Member Stein. I'll skip him for the moment. Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Member Stein, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the first readings, Member Gazy.
Okay, BEDG, the minutes. We got rid of the Secretary of School Committee. We went with clerk. Copies of it. And it's pretty basic there. Any questions or comments on this one?
I don't, oh, Member Stein.
I had a question, and maybe that I don't understand the difference, but I see that there's a negotiating subcommittee of 3 members. Is that a standing subcommittee or an ad hoc committee? And the reason I ask is if it's the latter, I didn't know if we should put that new COVID policy ad hoc committee in here. And if it's not, then it's not an issue.
Oh, you mean on the last one, on the one we just voted?
Yeah, we're in BDG.
Oh, my apologies.
Well,
my apologies.
Just to answer your question, it's a standard subcommittee. It doesn't always meet, although it seems like it always meets. And throughout COVID, even though they weren't negotiating, they did have to negotiate many memorandums of understanding. So it is, it was a subcommittee in the last school committee, and so we just added the description because I don't know why it's not ad hoc, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's that one. Now, the next one is the one that has gotten us all hot and bothered. And thank you, Member Stein, for your suggestions that you sent. We did a lot of eliminating. We put in a lot of suggestions, and I think we managed to do that. The yellow highlights are changes from our current policy. There are a couple of places where you see that we wanted to get input from the committee here on it. For instance, on the COVID-19 policy ad hoc committee. We tried to be clearer about the masks and the need for high quality masks. We came up with times on when we should have masking go into effect, and that's on the section universal masking requirement, when a mask requirement is in effect. And again, we wanted school committee input on this part. And then the additional mitigation measures, where we went through masks and policies and ventilation, etc. So we sort of rebuilt the entire policy, moved sections around. I think, didn't remember Seraphy Cox, didn't we integrate Attorney Taylor's comment with regard to additional mitigation measures?
Yes, we went through all of Attorney Taylor's comments.
Yeah. And so this is what we ended up with.
Member Levy?
Thanks. I have a number of questions, but I want to really thank the committee for your work. And I know Member Stein for your work on this. We were looking to have some specifics that would bring clarity to our community, and this does that. So I appreciate that. Some of those specifics I have some questions about, and I have 4 questions here for you. One, we state that it states that removing masks when we're at a low for 2 weeks is what this policy says. After we've required because of the metrics in here, and then we're going to remove masks after we've been at a low for 2 weeks. We're still at a medium currently. So this policy would in fact put masks back on right now for all of our students. And I'm not comfortable with that. I think rather than say, I mean, specifically to what Director O'Leary was saying, rather than have specific metrics that may or may not impact rates in schools, because we don't know the reasons for the county being high or medium or low necessarily. I would like us to see that something about cases in schools going down.
Well,
yeah, please.
If you read it, there is the "and" that's in italics. So it meant not only does it go down, but it also, if school data reflects in there, increased transmission. So it was sort of a
right. So in that case, it should be an or, not an and, because the and makes me think both we have to be at a low for 2 weeks and cases go down. And what you're suggesting is more in line with what I would like, which would be we're at a low for 2 weeks or cases go down. Right?
Yeah.
And we don't have to, this is a first reading, so we don't have to like agree necessarily right now. I just want to like flag this as something for you all to take back and discuss. The next thing I want you all to take back and discuss is, and maybe I'm misreading, but when I read this, it sounds to me like the school committee is going to vote on every exemption. Is that correct? Like anybody who wants an exemption, it would come to the school committee to vote. Am I misreading that?
I do not believe we intended that.
I have to find it again. I read this a number of days ago.
And
so
maybe Member Seraphy Cox could unmute and.
So here's what it says. It says when a universal indoor mask mandate is in place, exemption requests for specific indoor events should be sent to the superintendent 1 month in advance. That's another thing that I'd like you all to reconsider. That's a lot of planning ahead. I don't know what's happening for my kid in a month at school. So so 1 month in advance, who will present the request to the school committee for a vote.
But that's for like big things like assemblies or plays or something that you know way in advance.
I don't know my kids' assemblies 1 month in advance. Do you? My kid does. I don't even know what's happening tomorrow.
Well, there aren't many assemblies now, one way or another. So that's sort of a moot point right now. But
right. So if you didn't intend for the school committee to vote on that, I would ask you to take it back and make sure that's clear with your language, and also the 1 month thing. And then the other thing that I would love is, 2 more things. One of the things that I think we need to have as a district, and I'm not sure this policy allows for, is the for the superintendent or the ad hoc committee, if it's going to be really nimble, but there's got to be a way for nimbleness. And, you know, I think this is what happened a few weeks ago where the superintendent said, shoot, rates are really high and cases are going up and we need subs and kids are missing school and the school committee's not meeting for another few weeks. We need to put masks back in place. So either we need to have a way for the superintendent to make that determination and say, hey, these things have happened, and perhaps having this policy in place the superintendent will say these things have happened and that creates the response. Or if the superintendent, if the school committee and or the ad hoc committee isn't convening for some time, there's got to be a way for the superintendent to make the decision alone based on the parameters that have been outlined by this policy. And maybe that is already the case, but it wasn't clear to me reading this, and I'd like that to be clear.
Is that also in the so it's most of your questions are with regard to the all four of them with the universal masking requirement, correct?
Yes. It's for both instating and then removing the universal masking. There's got to be some nimbleness here. And then my last thing, and this is like just personal, I would love something about communication and how different entities are going to communicate to ensure mask compliance. And the reason I want that is that my kid, who is a rule follower, so if she's told to do something, she will do it. There was an exposure in her classroom. All the kids had to wear masks indoors. And I think outdoors too, because it was an exposure in the classroom. And we went to pick her up from after school, and like she and all her classmates were running around without masks. And we're like, well, you had an exposure, where's your mask? And they're like, oh, we didn't know that there was an exposure in that classroom. So there's got to be some communication so that to help make sure that kids are compliant. And I don't know if that belongs in the policy or if it's just for us to keep in mind as we're enacting the policy. All right, I'm done. There are a lot of hands up. I'm sorry. It took up.
Will you send me those bullet points?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. Member Gacy, is this a little bit along the lines of what you're looking for with your first reading that we'll make comments on this at this time, especially since revisions have been made? Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with Member Levy to have some of these points made a little more clear. So when universal indoor mask mandate is in place, exemption requests for specific indoor events. So that would just clarify that it would be for a large group or a specific population attending that event. Because I had the same reaction. I read it and I was like, that doesn't make sense that I would submit this to the superintendent a month in advance. And maybe it would say in a month in advance or as soon as possible.
Yeah, we were thinking like the prom or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I overall take issue with the comments in pink, the first section of universal masking requirements when mask requirement is in place. I think it's random and restrictive. And also to Member Levy's point, that she's suggesting be changed to an or in your document only applies for implementing the masking requirement. That is not the case for rescinding. The only thing listed, the only circumstance by which a mask mandate would be rescinded is if the community level in Hampshire County has subsided to low for 2 weeks. And I think that's random. And I think we've been talking about this for a long time about the issues where you're creating, and this is an incredibly simple formula that you're creating, and you're basing it on metrics that aren't stable or reliable to hold their weight to make good decisions. And I know this is actually a point where our community disagrees, and I'm it's not for me about whether masks should be in place or not, because though I have my own opinions, I think that this is a decision that should be made by the Board of Health and or the shack. What's great about the shack is that we have people from so many areas for the district and the local community to weigh in. So anyway, I think that is an error. I mean, I think it's a mistake to put that in there. And then the other piece is that I'm a little curious about this part that was put in the first paragraph. I think it's also leading to, or I'm not a lawyer. I'm not trying to use legal terminology, but the part that says peer-reviewed studies have demonstrated that universal masking significantly reduces in-school transmission. And regardless of how I feel about this, I think that is a controversial statement. And so I just want it to be really clear if we're putting that into a policy and that would be revoked, is just sort of wondering where we feel comfortable putting that in.
Member Levy's
and-
just, sorry, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I was just saying, there was a request from someone in the public to be able to see what we're talking about.
Great.
So Member Levy is going to share.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah, so I'm looking at that second section that's highlighted. Yeah, right there. These first two sentences. Right. And just overall, some concern on my part about having the school committee, the members of the school committee making this decision with their votes when school committee members are not experts in public health and aren't even in the schools understanding the circumstances of exposure, or, compared to like the school nurses and the public health representation and the pediatricians. And, I think we're far too removed from the school to be making informed and expert votes about whether kids need to be wearing masks or not.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to call on Member Stein, and Member Agna, could you just take over for a minute for me, please? Thank you. But Member Stein?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a few comments that I think could be helpful to sort of describe for the evolution of these triggers. And I think that the way to understand the cases when universal masking would be required would be to understand that this policy, if adopted or if amended, if there's a trigger like this, when that condition happens, universal masking happens. And when the conditions abate, universal masking abates and it's mask optional. And the idea is to remove this from being a thing that we constantly have to litigate and to give our community some clarity. The choice of those triggers was not random. We had sort of begged Director O'Leary to give us metrics and more clarity for a long time, and we didn't get it. And if we remember, we used to be on Shack, and we're not on there anymore. And unfortunately, all those folks haven't been willing to join the new ad hoc advisory committee. And yet it's still our responsibility to set this policy. The reason for the choice of those triggers is pretty simple, and it's the experience we just had. So absent any guidance from Director O'Leary, if we look at what just happened, what we did as a committee, we said, okay, the CDC level of community transmission is low. We feel comfortable now that it's low that we'll rescind masks. And we did that. And then a few weeks went by and it became medium. Then another week and a half went by and we had our first cluster. And then it just accelerated into the point of early May where we had to basically put the mask back on. And predictably, once the mask came back on, the rates dropped at a much higher rate than rates of infection have dropped in the community. So it's pretty good demonstration that it worked. So the suggestion is like, based on our experience, when we got into trouble here with Omicron, and we're likely to face another variant of Omicron in the fall, was when the community transmission levels switched from low to medium. And you got to remember, these are community transmission levels that were updated in February of 2022. So the low level is nearly 4 times higher caseloads than the high level used to be. So when you move from low now to medium, you've got some very significant case levels. And the only reason we were spared in New Hampshire County from going to red is, because largely, when I asked Director O'Leary, she didn't really have an idea as to why she thought maybe vaccination rate, but it really seems to be about the college-age population. And the significant amount of the college-age population, when they get infected, they don't get hospitalized at the same rates. So that could explain why Berkshire was high when we were medium, and Franklin was high when we were medium, and Worcester was high when we were medium. We've had the same level of cases, but we just haven't had the hospitalizations to be red. So the argument here is that if we learn from what we just experienced, this would have been a good trigger to put masks back on. Absence any other recommendation that we've been asking for, I think this experience is probably the best indicator we have for what we're facing with local conditions. So I think it's not random. That's the choice as to why. The other thing I would say is that I'm really concerned about the level of misinformation. I don't think we should be afraid to cite peer-reviewed studies. In fact, I have the opposite concern, which is that in the recommendation we got to remove masks a few weeks ago, what was suggested by the public health director as the main risk-benefit criteria she used is not substantiated by any science, right? She made some very bold claims about the harm that masks cause. I've asked her to supply me with some information that demonstrates that, and she hasn't responded. The CDC doesn't cite those claims. The NIH doesn't cite those claims. The Association of Pediatrics doesn't cite those claims. And that was the main driver, according to her letter, that we should now take off masks. So I'm really concerned about the level of misinformation and a fear about including actual peer-reviewed studies, So, and just briefly, this has been sort of a ongoing process, but just to remind folks that maybe are on the Rules and Policy Committee, but we originally in February, we made some changes in an open meeting that we didn't vote on and we sent. So I tried to incorporate that language into this as a draft. And then I tried to incorporate the recommendations that Director O'Leary put. So I put all those in, and then I put it, this is an assemblage of many things, so it could read funny. And then the committee too did work on it. So just to understand sort of its evolution. Thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. This seems like a long time ago and perhaps not as relevant, but Member Levy made the statement that if we were to vote for this, we would be putting masks back on now. And I just wanted to clarify, of course, that this is a first reading, so we're not voting on it tonight. And I really appreciate the feedback given so far. I think that the spirit of the committee was kind of to integrate the school transmission levels into this kind of broader green, yellow, red metric that did seem a little too impersonal at times, and recognizing that there's a lot of expertise that goes into this. So the attempt here was to distance the decision making from the school committee's either lack of expertise in this area or expertise. We don't want to rely on the school committee to say be married to an epidemiologist. We want a school committee to be able to utilize a strong policy no matter whom is on the committee.
Member Miller.
I guess I have a couple concerns. One is that I had hoped that this policy would include something very specific about exemptions. Because we've had a lot of people concerned about whether when the mask mandate is on, that there are particular students that really are suffering from it. And I wanted to have something in here about exemptions and how to obtain an exemption.
We did, if you look, it's hard to see because it's way at the bottom of the document, but we did attach the request for a masked accommodation if you scroll all the way down to the bottom. And
that's okay.
And we outlined the process for getting an exemption in that you first, let's see if I can find it.
Okay, that's great, but maybe move it up because
well, that was an attachment, but then I'm trying to find where it is for exemptions. That's not it. And I don't see it right now, but I did think that there was a part where we talked
It's right
about
there.
Yeah, I would want to have it somewhere after the protocol for violations, but I would want it maybe even above that, which is procedure for exemptions before we get to protocol of violations. I see where it says exemption, but well, I don't know. I guess I missed it myself, but if I missed it,
yeah,
I don't know who else is going to miss it. That's one of my concerns. Now, I have to say that the other thing I feel like is I got to move up. Can I move this up?
You want Member Levy to scroll up?
Yeah, thank you. No, now down, anyway, I guess my concern, I'm reading and rereading, and I'll have to do it again and I'll send in comments, but because I know this is the first reading, but it's not the type of masks. It's a concern about having the mask mandate reinstated and the metrics. And something that Member Goldman said really struck me as helpful. I would feel like there has to be something in there. It feels like to me that on the shack, there are a variety of opinions and metrics and opinions. And I would want something from medical professionals indicating that this is the metric. And I would want to be able to cite medical professionals because there's been so much dispute and so much disagreement. And as Member Stein said, a lot of misinformation. But I want something in there that's.
Do you think that putting
yeah.
the membership of the shack in the policy, that it includes medical professionals, et cetera?
Yeah, it does say that, but I would want, I guess personally, I found even Director O'Leary's comments to be confusing. So I want something very clear from, and maybe perhaps it needs to say who the medical professionals are that we're relying on. I don't know. I'll try to be a little more specific and write something.
Okay.
That's just my other concern.
Well, it's always good to get comments like
Because-
this, because when we talk, it's all perfectly clear to us, and having somebody who hasn't been sitting there pulling it apart when
Yeah.
it doesn't read clearly,
Yeah, because that's right, because I just think if we as school committee members who are not medical professionals have to rely on medical professionals to give us the guidance, and it has to be pretty crystal clear.
Mhm.
So there's no room for so much argument about it. Okay, so I'll do my homework.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Member Goldman.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Miller. I appreciate you really wanting to make sure that's in here. And I do see, even in the part that's up right now, there's that section talking about the school committee with the ad hoc committee with local public health officials determines changes to this policy. And then the description about the ad hoc committee is excellent. It really includes a lot of the people I was referring to as I feel are more qualified to make these decisions. And Member Stein, thank you for your work on this and your comments. I'm really, I find a lot of reason in your explanations. And so I really appreciate that for a number of these points. I still think that I guess the last piece that I'm concerned about when it comes to creating metrics or a formula is the influence of access to pooled testing results, community testing results, home rapid testing results, contact tracing. I appreciate the masking is an excellent mitigation use for mitigating transmission, and also the masks and the ventilation. Again, those have shown to be really critical and something that we don't need to ask the state to approve for us to continue with. So I feel good about that. And then just my concerns about being like, well, how does the CDC know, if we're medium or high? Like, is it because we're actually high, but we're not seeing, they are not reporting it as high because we don't have enough people in the community reporting it? Because they're really just looking at the hospital cases. Is that right? I mean, like you were saying, I just want to make sure that we're focusing on the risks in our schools, making sure that we can keep them open and keep our educators, staff, and families safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Member Stein, and then let's try and wrap this up. Oh, Member Stein put down his hand. Oh, no.
I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I'll be real brief. And I really appreciate Member Goldman's comments, and I share her concerns about the rapidly shifting landscape that we're under and the lack of visibility into what is actually happening. I know some of you may have read about the astronomical infection rates in New York over the past couple months versus what was reported, right, in some of these modeled studies. And I am worried going into the fall, if we lose our surveillance testing, what little participation we have, and these ability to report at-home tests, that we could find ourselves in trouble before we know it. And and also just to reiterate that schools are different places. We have a lot of vulnerable populations to protect. We have a lot of students that need exemptions in order to attend school. They don't have a choice to wear a mask, and so we need to protect them when cases of in-school transmission are likely. And we need to protect their families, our staff members. We had all those staff absences, and the broader community. It's a vector of disease. It's not just these kids we're talking about. So I am concerned about that shifting landscape going into the fall. And I think, like Member Goldman said, the mask is like one of the few things we have easy control of, and that is proven to be very effective, even very recently for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Member Gazy, you gonna close this out?
Yeah, but I just had one question. I was thinking about Member Levy's description about an exposure in her daughter's class, and then everybody is out. So it occurs to me that, you don't say, oh, Holly got COVID, so we're all going to wear masks, instead they just say there's a classroom exposure. So the kid that has it should know that they're supposed to be masking outside as well. Maybe that should be part of the whole class, because you can't say, oh, it's so-and-so. You have to say something about that classroom should be masked indoors and out, because you can't expose the single sick child, right?
That's a good suggestion.
Well, that's something that I'll bring to the next thing. So I'd like to ask for a motion, or I'd like to make a motion to move this to move EBCFA, face masks and face coverings policy, back to the Rules and Policy Committee for revisement on all the suggestions. And I would like to ask those of you, I've taken notes, but it's always helpful if you have comments or concerns, if you can send me those. I won't talk back to you, but I will gratefully accept those reminders.
Member Gazy, I'm not sure we need a motion on this. I think.
Oh, we don't.
That's
okay. We don't have to vote.
Well, it's a discussion during first reading, and then it automatically goes back for review if we put things to review on there.
Well, I make a motion that we move on to the next order of business.
I'll second that. Okay.
No vote required, just move on.
Okay, so those first readings we will see in second reading. Okay, we're gonna move on to the rest of the reports, and I just want to give a little bit of explain something, which is that at charting the course, which I was at a couple weeks ago, it was recommended that more information be provided with each item so that the public can have a reasonable understanding of what might be reported on from a chair of a subcommittee. So I see Member Gazy nodding. She was with me, and Member Goldman too. So you'll see that we've sort of piloted this on this agenda. So I'm sorry for any confusion, but we now need to give a little bit of information about what may be reported on according to open meeting law. So chairs can contact Annie if you have specific items that you will address in a report. Otherwise, Annie will pull from the previous subcommittee agenda, which is what she has done here. Okay, so you'll see we've put next to budget and property, no report expected. Same thing with evaluation. So moving on to D, curriculum. Member Robbins.
Thank you. We actually did, we had a couple of meetings, but we focused on our last one on presentation by a number of teachers and by Karen Albano and others. Our previous one was embedded honors with the math department at Northampton High School. And just read what we wrote from that. Our CSCL agenda for our 5/18/22 meeting with the NHS math department was to better understand the department's inclusion of embedded honors, as well as a change of curriculum materials support for integrated math 1, 2, and 3. We're grateful to the teachers who took time out of their own post-school day to share their rationale and process with us, as well as their sense of current outcomes for themselves and students. There are still questions and concerns we hope to continue to explore, as well as a need for additional data around student engagement, both for the new math curriculum and around the larger question of embedded honors. We agree that these conversations might not be able to happen until school reopens this autumn, given end of school teacher demands and administrative leadership gaps. We do have a policy for substantive curricular changes to involve the school committee in early stages, both as a heads up for the community so that we can better frame these changes, and as an opportunity for those potential changes to get feedback, fundamental challenges and understandings driving the change. We appreciate the professional engagement, energy, and focus on students that has driven the math department to seek change. One key outcome of that session was the need to use the program of studies and possibly family math nights to better explain what the courses entail so that students, caretakers, and community have a greater understanding of what those learning experiences look like. We met yesterday with elementary math presenters. It was a remarkable session. Karen Albano, Diana Smith, Sarah Simmons, and Andrea Guido shared their year-long comprehensive and groundbreaking process that a group of 30 elementary teachers participated in to pilot new math curricula. We discussed posting the excellent and informative slide presentation Diana created on the NPS website. We strongly support this collaborative and thoughtful process in exploring curricular or instructional change as the model we recommend to be adopted by the district. We recommend the school committee confirm the no-cost adoption of what we had one presenter call no tears math, hands-on, engaging, age-appropriate, and remarkably well differentiated to all learners' mastery. The curricula are Bridges for K through 2 and Illustrative Math for 3 through 5, as well as to encourage schools to consider family math nights to share these new programs with caretakers. These programs will be piloted in all schools through this next academic year for the whole district rollout in 2023, if approved by the school committee. Both programs were successfully evaluated by faculty for 7 forms of bias. Additionally, this program is actually paid for by the state, so it's cost-free for us. If we expand it in the future, there will be a cost attached to it. We also were presented by Megan Harrison about AP World History text. She presented the adoption of an updated text piloted as a digital text this year. The cost to the district is $9,700. Students at NHS fill 3 sections of this popular 27 to 29 member class with a wait list. Faculty successfully examined the text for 7 forms of bias. Department head Kate Fontaine shared that teachers found the text as up-to-date as possible on world conflict, with the exception of current genocide events, which will be supplemented in class. Standards-based grading was our final subject. Karen Albano again and Megan Harrison presented on Director Albano facilitated a futures protocol with NHS faculty, which resulted in a plethora of feedback, a wonderful ton of people saying, here's what I think, this is what I feel. And AP Harrison, along with NHS Student Union, sent out a student survey, which garnered 288 responses, although the senior class had already left school. Discussion also considered the role of SBG as part of the 3-year district improvement plan and clarified that while it is included under Goal 3, which is provide instruction and curriculum that empower all students to explore who they are, to embrace and honor the world around them, to identify and think critically about the messages they receive, and to be powerful contributors to change, it is not itself a goal, but an action step. Implement standards-based grading for more transparent and equitable learning and reporting towards a goal. So it's an action step towards a goal. There is no specification other than title about what that entails. Action steps and dips are part of the evaluative process in reaching goals and can be revisited and changed. After much discussion with those present, and given this is the end of a rather tumultuous year at NHS, the committee recommends to the school committee and administration that standards-based grading at NHS be included in late summer, early September professional development faculty time to allow faculty to amend the current program for use in the 2022-23 academic year, possibly by department, and that the district create a study group using the process so ably shared by the Elementary Math Curricula Committee to determine longer-term outcomes and structures of grading and assessment that best support our DIP Goal 3. Thank you.
Thank you for that very thorough report. Member Stein.
Thanks. I wanted to thank Member Robbins and the rest of the newly formed curriculum committee for hitting the ground running on so many things we tasked them with, and things they've taken on their own. I think it's really great. The timing, I haven't been able to attend the meetings when they're happening, and I was able to finally catch up and watch. I wasn't able to see the meeting yesterday, the one prior to, which was the embedded math one. And the conversation was really interesting, and I learned a lot. The conversation went in a lot of different directions, thinking about more broadly about honors and standard in college prep curriculum, and just it was really useful to sort of understand thinking in this area. I particularly appreciated the committee members' focus and the superintendent's focus on sort of trying to provide some communication about these changes that's digestible and accessible for the community. I think that was a really good suggestion. The only real concern I had watching it was that there still seems to be a lot of gaps in understanding the origins of these changes and some of the decisions that have been made. And these are things that we didn't get into during the last curriculum discussion at the full school committee, in which we'll return to. But you know, I feel like part of what we're being told is that this was a well thought out, well developed plan, and when we get into the details, it doesn't seem so much. We have a curriculum and textbooks that were purchased and then abandoned because they weren't delivering, and then a new open curriculum. And I really appreciated Member Levy pushing for questions around metrics and tracking and success. And in any sort of, you know, well-conceived rollout, that those sort of conversations would have happened earlier. So I haven't seen sort of evidence of sort of the claims that have been made. And I actually don't think we need them. I think it's really messy. I think it's really hard to teach during COVID. And I think it's really difficult to try something new. But I do think we need to acknowledge that maybe the way this was rolled out for a number of reasons has left a lot of community members with questions. And that's sort of what we're bringing up. So I just wanted to commend you all and thank you, and look forward to learning more. I was super excited about what I was hearing, and I hope the rest of the community gets to hear about some of the work that's going on there, which seems really useful for our kids and really exciting. So thank you all.
Thank you. I saw a hand, but it's down now. Okay, seeing no further comments, let's move on to the business administrator reports with Nick.
All right, thank you. So I've got a few things tonight. Actually, a couple additions to the report that was submitted in the packet, things that have come up since last Friday. So enclosed in your packet is the monthly expenditure report on the local budget, which was current as of last Friday, June 3rd. We're currently conducting our end of the year closing processes. So you will continue to see the deficits in various accounts disappear as we do our transfers. Once all the transfers, excuse me, and encumbrances are done, an end of the year budget report can be pulled to help us determine necessary journal entries to allow us to fully close the year. We recently received notification from DESE that the Northampton Public Schools will be receiving a total of $14,885 of IDEA equitable services / IDEA proportionate share funds resolution funds for next year. The resolution funds are being provided to districts as part of DESE's corrective action plan to resolve concerns relating to IDEA funds that school districts were required to spend on parentally placed private school children with disabilities and homeschooled children with disabilities during fiscal years 2014 through 2018. Our Director of Student Services is currently in consultation with the 3 private school representatives of the qualified private schools in Northampton, which would be Smith Campus School, Montessori School of Northampton, and the Lander Grinspoon Academy, as well as with the families of our homeschooled students with disabilities to determine how they would like to utilize the resolution funds. These funds can only be utilized to fund professional development, materials or supplies, or contracted services for students with disabilities who are enrolled in and attend one of the three aforementioned schools or who are currently homeschooled. They cannot be utilized to fund NPS faculty or staff, supplies, or contracted providers. There were two donations this month valued at less than $1,000. One was for $450 from the Bridge Street PTO to fund a field trip, and the other was also for $450 from the Ryan Road PTO, also to fund a field trip. You have copies of the two warrants that member Agna approved since our last report. Which brings me to the two things that have popped up in the last week. One of which involves an update on the status of the CPPI grant for next year. It was mentioned several times during our budget development process that the CPPI funding for next year was up in the air. So we do have an update. And the reason why the funding was up in the air is it's a competitive grant, and our first round of receiving the funding has come to an end as of the end of this year. Back in March, though, we received a $50,000 needs assessment / planning grant to help us write a strong proposal to maintain our CPPI funding and continue the work that we've been doing since first receiving the grant. As of Monday, June 6th, we learned that the request for proposal was posted for a 1-year CPPI renewal with future renewal years indicated. This is certainly good news, as there are many services that CPPI funding allows us to offer. The needs assessment conducted led us to the decision to focus on strengthening our itinerant services that we are currently providing to our youngest learners in community-based early education and care programs. This work is extremely impactful as these learners gain greater access to services and support than they would if they were quote unquote dropping into one of our schools for their services. Plus, these children don't have to be bused midday at the district's expense in what would have been their lunch and nap time, being shuttled between the care program and the family needs, the family needs in the half-day public school program. With this will come some restructuring of our pre-K program. The CPPI classroom at Bridge Street will return to a half-day schedule. This would result in a 0.5 FTE pre-K teacher reduction and 2.5 FTE ESP reductions. The ESPs would likely fill in vacancies elsewhere throughout the district. We would also increase our itinerant special ed teaching staff from 1.0 to 1.5 FTE to provide more support to students in community-based or private care settings, as 50% of our preschoolers with disabilities now receive their services in community-based early education and care programs. 2.5 FTE ESPs would have to be hired to staff the half-day pre-K program at Bridge Street, which would run from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. The configuration of the other two pre-K rooms at Bridge Street and the two pre-K rooms at Leeds would not change. I know Laura Fragamini is on the call in case there's any programmatic questions concerning this. I don't know if there's any or not.
I don't.
Member Seraphy Cox has her hand up.
Okay. Laura just popped on, but no, go ahead, Member Seraphy Cox, and then we'll see.
Sorry, Nick, I think you a little bit buried the lead, or maybe there wasn't a lead there. Are you saying that we did get the grant, or that you're outlining changes to the program of the grant that we have submitted but are still waiting to hear about?
Laura may be better poised to answer that question than I, since she's been the one directly in contact with EEC who offers the grant.
Oh, hold on. There you go, Laura.
Thank you. So we started out the year with information from EEC that as a community that had already had the grant, we were not going to have the option to move forward, that returning communities would not be allowed to apply. Through amazing coordinated effort from Superintendent Provost and our student services, through parents and legislators, and the advocacy worked. And in March, they said, okay, you can now apply. And then it was, okay, now we'll give you a planning grant. And most recently it was, well, we're going to allow a separate special grant just for returning communities. And it won't be a one-year grant, we'll allow renewals. Now, all of that comes with, because it was never coming and then it was coming, it only landed Monday night. So we will be furiously writing that. Dr. Provost and Nick and Josh and I will be meeting on Wednesday and meet with the state again next week, but things are looking very good.
Yeah, they're looking very good. What we don't have right now is an amount.
Yeah, it's the funding formula changed. And we met with the needs assessment team. We're also being supported with the United Way in the needs assessment, and we don't think it's going to be less. It's looking good, but we don't have a contract yet. They're going to continue our FY22 funding through July so that all staff are employed. And then what they're indicating is that we would receive 12 months in an 11-month grant and then have an option to renew twice. So again, there is no contract. There is a lot of good news, and we'll keep working towards it.
Awesome, thank you. Any other discussions on that? Seeing none. All right, thanks for sticking around, Laura. All right. Nick, you didn't do personnel yet, right?
No, but I do have one more addendum to the, which it's really personnel related. So I guess it's kind of a good segue. It involves Jackson Street School. So beginning at the start of next school year, one of the two counselors at Jackson Street School will be transferring into a vacant PE teacher position opened up by Janice Toddy's retirement. This leaves an open school counselor position. I'm bringing this to your attention tonight to get a sense of how the committee would feel with Principal Brown not replacing the counselor position, thus leaving her with some flexibility to reinstate the grade 1 teaching position that was eliminated in the FY23 budget should the need arise and the budget allow for it. She does not want to lose the position, of course, because then her building would have 2 fewer positions than last year. But she does want the flexibility to reallocate the funding for that counseling position if necessary. So, you know, it's not an agenda item to vote on tonight, but, you know, we're bringing this to you to get a sense of how the committee would feel about it.
Committee feelings? Lots of feelings. Okay, Member Gacy first.
I was wondering if Principal Brown here by any chance with us?
She is.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Do you think she could speak to it for a minute? Is that okay? Just to get it clearer.
Sure. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to. Holly, do you have a particular question, or would you just like to hear my thoughts in general?
I just need to hear it again to have it settle in, because it's sort of, I'm just a little unclear back and forth what your aim is. So
So my aim is to make the best decision I can for the students in my building and for the educators in my building, and considering the budgetary landscape of the moment, that's proving to be rather tricky. So the original budget proposal included reducing down to 2 first grade sections at Jackson Street, which seemed like something we could stomach, not ideal, but something that we could do. And after that went through, Mr. Justin applied for and got the PE position. Because the budgetary process, the spirit of that, the goal is not to have to lay anybody off. I wouldn't have considered, and would still prefer not to have to choose to lose that second support position. We have a full-time school adjustment counselor, we have a tiered support person, so we prefer not to lose either of those positions. But because the door opened to make a choice to continue to maintain a third first grade class, which would be absolutely in the best academic and social emotional best interest of this particular group of kindergartners, I would like to have the flexibility to make that choice, as Nick said, if the budget will allow for it. I also, the particular teacher who would be impacted could theoretically transfer to a different position in the district, but I also, I'm very much trying to make the decision for the kids, but I also care deeply about holding on to a young teacher, a woman of color who fought hard to get a position at Jackson Street. So there's a humanity component there also.
I was of the impression that even though the school committee voted the funds, that it was the principals, because of what is happening at JFK, where the school committee wanted an extra, not to limit the, to cut down on the 6th grade team, but I think he's decided to put the money that we set aside for that for, what do you call them? The trainers, having a senior coaches. So I thought that was pretty much your prerogative, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I share your question.
Yeah.
You're muted, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox. I have a cough, and so I keep muting and forgetting.
Thank you. And thank you, Principal Brown, for coming to have this conversation, especially since it was both the topic of the first grade, well, especially the topic of the first grade teacher was a topic that the school committee deliberated on heavily. My question is really about, I want to make sure I understand what the position is that would potentially go unfilled. It sounds like it's not the adjustment counselor, it's a different position. And can you explain that a little bit? And keeping in mind that I'm coming from a Bridge Street school context, so like Lori Sperry is the adjustment counselor. And is there another person that just help me understand.
Sure. So each of the elementary schools has sort of an extra person, and we all have a different role. So some schools, we at Jackson Street have 2 school adjustment counselors. Gwen, you can feel free to speak more to this or to correct me, but when the ALP program, the Alternative Learning Program, was disbanded a number of years ago, that crew of students was still in our building. And so Gwen made the choice to maintain a school adjustment counselor as a means of supporting that group of kids. And they are graduating out this year. And so I am in no way arguing that I don't, really want to maintain both of those positions. But so at Jackson Street, we have a second counselor for those reasons, and other schools have a second tiered support or maybe a 7th special educator.
Gotcha. Okay.
We would not be without a counselor. We would just be without a second something or other.
Got it. Super helpful. Thank you so much.
Member Levy?
Thanks. I had a very similar question, so that was a really helpful response. I first want to say that I absolutely trust you to make the best decision possible for your students and want to empower you to be able to do that. My question is, I just want to better understand, what it sounds like you're suggesting is like if numbers increase or there's some reason why you need to have a third first grade, you would have the option to do that? Or are you saying like right now as the numbers are, you're going to make the decision to have the third first grade?
I see. I'm saying that it isn't about the numbers. It's about the actual kindergartners. If we just look at the numbers, the first grade class sizes next year would be comparable to other class sizes in the district. So that would be sort of an equality perspective, that there are other class sizes where, there's 21, 22 kids. So I'm saying that because of this particular group of kids from an equity perspective or a fairness perspective, in terms of kids getting what they need, not the same thing as everybody else, that because of the needs of this particular group, that I think the ideal for them would be small class sizes. And, but that being said, if I am afforded the flexibility to make a choice, I would absolutely want to hear from community members before making a final decision. So my sense is, based on what I know now, I would very much appreciate the flexibility to sustain that third first grade class, but would want to hear from community members first.
Yeah, thank you.
I think there's some other layers there that I see Dr. Provost has his hand up, but.
Yeah, I guess my thought before going to Dr. Provost is that, I appreciate the difference between equity and equality. One of the concerns I have is there are likely other younger students across our district who also have needs and would also really benefit from being in a class of 11 or 12 kids. Mm-hmm. And while it would be amazing for us to be able to do that for everybody, at some point there's also it becomes inequitable through a different lens.
Right.
And that's just a concern I have. And something I want us as a school committee to be thinking about.
Yeah, and I understand that. I think I'm trying to say that this is it's about this particular, not their age, not because they're a pandemic, just like the actual people in this group and what they need.
Right. And I totally hear that. And I'm suggesting that may likely be the case as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Provost, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to be very explicit about something that Nick and Lauren both said for the sake of transparency, which was that the request at this time is not truly to keep the third first grade class. It's a request to not immediately refill the counseling position because we have to see what the budget will sustain. As you know, we are really stretching with this year's budget. As you know, it's going with no contingencies. There have been a couple of team meetings that have taken place lately that have resulted in out-of-district placements. So money to fund those placements is going to have to be found. Hopefully we can get it with turnover of staff coming in at lower rates than people going out. We had a lot of retirements at the beginning of the year, but we're not 100% sure that all the positions currently in the budget will be able to be maintained into the fall after we pay tuitions for the new students who've been placed out of district.
Thank you. Member Robbins.
Thank you so much, Principal Brown. And I speak on behalf of all of the constituents who have contacted us and hoped very much that financially it would work out to be able to retain a first grade teacher. And I believe many of those are, in fact, the caretakers of those kindergarten children who are well aware that you guys have done an amazing job with their children this year, and they are concerned about being able to have that kind of attention for next year. I am confused about, I really appreciate Principal Brown coming to share this with us. I'm confused about what our criteria is, though, about principals coming to the school committee to talk to us about decisions they make about personnel, because that certainly, we've just heard from the pre-K program that's telling us that they could potentially have to cut hours and time. And we've had the similar discussion about the sixth grade teacher placement. And I am feeling awkward about our even having, I appreciate having it shared, but I don't know what the policy is on this. And I don't understand how we have input in one case and we don't have input in others.
Dr. Provost?
Well, I think I can answer that. It's about transparency to the community. And because we just had a budget conversation that was a very intense conversation around the issue of the number of first grades at Jackson Street. And so, the school committee spent some political capital to support the reduction to 2 first grades at Jackson Street. So I felt that it would be potentially disrespectful and surprising if all of a sudden you had 3 first grades at Jackson Street without any discussion or conversation about it.
Sorry, muted again. Is there anything further that you need, Nick, around this?
Not on this item, no.
Okay. And you still have the rest of your personnel report?
I do.
Alrighty.
All right. In May, we had 7 new hires, 2 transfers, and 3 separations. The demographics on that, the separations anyway, you had 67% or 2/3 were female, 33% were male, and 100% of the folks who separated were Caucasian. Our demographics for the school year now, as of May 31st, we've had 68 separations. Of those, 76.5% were female, 22.1% male, and 1.5% non-binary. You had 83.8% Caucasian, 2.9% Black, 4.4% Asian, 2.9% identified as both white and Hispanic, 4.4% Hispanic, and 1.5% identified as both Black and white. Last month, I was asked if I ever took a look at this by position and school, which I did. I did calculate that. I just don't know how in depth people would want me to go. By position, I mean, you see a lot of 1.5% because they're single positions within the district, such as when Pam Plummer left as a student services director. I mean, there's only one of them in the district. So, I can certainly speak to the positions who had higher separation rates, if that's what the committee would be interested in.
Member Levy?
Thanks. I was just about to take a bite and then it got quiet. So, okay. So, Nick, thank you for those numbers. I just listening, I wasn't doing the math fast enough. Can you add together the percentage of people of color who left?
Real quick, about 16.2.
And what's our percentage of people of color who work in the district?
That's on an electronic file. You'll have to give me
higher, lower, close to that.
It's
I
lower.
can look it up.
It's lower than that. I just don't. I just need to look the exact figure.
I'm just really concerned at the number of people of color who are leaving. And it strikes me as a higher rate than what we currently have, which is just, it's such a red flag. I think we have to do some serious, as a district, about what we're doing to look at the quality of experience of our teachers and our staff. To look at, I mean, I appreciate that we have affinity groups and that's an important step, but we've got to be thinking about, as we go into our negotiations, we've got to be thinking about pay. We've got to be thinking about other support structures. I'm just really disheartened by the numbers. And I would like to see us as a school committee take some action towards making not just statements, which I'm doing right now, but some action about this not being okay and needing to stop. And that will include doing exit interviews, doing state interviews, doing culture or climate assessments, and other steps that we can take to really understand the experience and what folks need in order to be able to stay with us in the district and feel supported.
The rate was about 10%.
So that's a really jarring number and comparison.
Oh, so Nick, did you complete that report? Is that everything?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I didn't know how in depth anybody wanted me to go with, what positions had higher separation rates or buildings or whatever. I was asked to look at it, and I've got it. I just don't know what the committee wants to, what they want me to report.
Okay.
And if nothing else, then I'll conclude this by thanking everybody, Northampton Public Schools, for the opportunity. Though our time together was short, I learned more than I could have ever dreamed of, and I much appreciate the opportunity, the experience, and the relationships that I've formed since I've been here. And I consider myself extremely blessed to have worked under such an amazing superintendent as Dr. Provost. And I'm very thankful as I conclude my report tonight.
Thank you, Nick. We are very thankful to you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm personally thankful. I've really enjoyed working with you for this bit of time that we've been together.
Likewise.
Thanks. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a question for Nick?
I just, Nick had asked if, how much detail the committee wanted. Since you have the numbers, Nick, if you just want to send them to the committee via email, I think that would be helpful.
That's easy.
And the other numbers as well, the 16% and, that bit, that would be really helpful, especially since we won't have you at the next meeting. But I'll just take this opportunity. You and I have worked together through the negotiations process, and I too have really appreciated your willingness to answer and re-answer every question that I have.
Thank you very much.
Member Miller.
I just wanted to add my thanks. As a new school committee member, I just felt the budget process and the budget notebook that you gave us was so helpful and just made everything so clear, and you were open to all questions, and I really appreciated everything you've done. And I just have a broader question for everyone about this issue of losing a position at Jackson Street. And it seems like, are we going to talk about, we're going to leave to the principal to make her own decisions about her school. But if we lose a position, doesn't that free up money in the budget? And don't we have to make a larger decisions about how that frees up money for larger discussion. So that's my question.
Dr. Provost?
So I can be very clear about Principal Brown's offer. It wasn't to turn in the position to be used for other district purposes. What she asked was if she could not fill the vacancy she has and immediately, so that she has the option of turning it into a first grade position later on if that's what she chooses to do. What I said on top of that was, now there are these special education deficits that we're going to have to figure out. So that may impact that. I hope it doesn't. But you're correct that we do have some other unanticipated deficits already for FY23, and it hasn't even started yet.
Okay, any further discussion on that report from Nick? Seeing none. All right, Dr. Provost, are you ready for your last superintendent's report?
I am. One more time, I'll share the screen. Okay. Let me begin by giving you my usual update on our progress toward implementation of the district improvement plan. Specifically, I'll be talking about caregiver engagement. As I've reported before, the District Family Action Team partnered this year with REAL to distribute a caregiver survey. We received more than 450 responses in 7 different languages. Participants identified with more than 33 racial and ethnic groups. Some of the results are powerfully affirming of the caregiver engagement work we've been doing. And I think some of these should be added to our positive messaging about the district. NPS is a district in which 88% of families feel their child's schools value diversity in their child's background, and where 90% of families feel their child's school is welcoming and inclusive for their family. I'm also pleased to see that 90% of families feel their school communicates in a way that works for their family. I can assure you, this has not always been the case in our district. It's been a deliberate area of focus for us, so it's so good to see this result. Although the results were slightly different for each racial and ethnic group, high rates of positive responses were found across all groups who responded to the survey. The results also point to our next areas for improvement around engagement. We can do better communicating with families about other community resources beyond the schools, such as places where they can find assistance with food, shelter, childcare, and utilities. We can do a better job of consulting with families before making important decisions. And we can do a better job at communicating with families about the academic standards their child is supposed to meet. And I want to recommend special attention to that, because families can become more effective partners in helping their children achieve at high levels when they have a better understanding of what the goal is. I've actually asked Lauren, as she's presenting this information to faculties next year, to really focus on that 55% of families who understands the academic standards for their children, and thinking about ways we can increase that number. Next, I'd like to report on another set of metrics we've received some data on, and that's the Gallup poll. Let me point out that we've identified the percentage of students thriving as one of our metrics to evaluate success in meeting this goal. The thriving scale, unfortunately, has been dropped from the most recent version of the Gallup poll, so the metrics will be needed to update to reflect that. However, the hope and engagement scales remain, so I'll report on those tonight. First, let me share a little about the profile of the students who chose to participate in the survey. As you can see, the participation was highest among students in grades 7 through 9, and we had a little more than 600 students who participated altogether. The largest group of participants were those who identified as female, and those who identified as white. Now I'll share some observations concerning the results. The first is that while the participation varied quite a bit by grade level, the mean responses among all the grades fell within a fairly narrow range, a 0.59, just say 59 hundredths of a point for engagement and 25 one hundredths of a point for hope. The next thing that stood out was the proportion of neutral responses. The neutral responses were the highest or second highest response on 6 items in the engagement scale and 1 item on the hope scale. And I don't think these are things that we want students to be equivocal about. There are items such as, at this school, I get to do what I do best every day. My teachers make me feel my schoolwork is important. I feel safe in school. In the last 7 days, I've learned something interesting at school. The adults at my school care about me, and I can find ways around problems. These aren't things that we want students to be on the fence about. We want every one of them to be a full-throated yes. The other thing that stands out is that our students scored below the overall average Gallup student poll on every single item of both scales. Now, the 5-year national rolling average reflects results from 3 pre-pandemic years, so it may be an unfair comparison. Or maybe this is one way of understanding the impact of COVID on our young people. As compared to a national sample that reaches back into the pre-COVID era, our students feel less hopeful and less engaged. They feel less safe and less cared for. They find schoolwork to be less important or interesting. They're less likely to have a best friend at school or to have fun at school. They're less likely to have many goals or feel confident about graduating from high school. They're also less optimistic about the future in terms of both employment and life in general. We've put in resources to help students who are actively disengaged from school and who are significantly discouraged from life. But going back to the last slide, there's a large group of students who are sitting on the fence, who could go either way. We have about 25 to 30% of students who aren't quite sure how things are going to work out. So in this last report, I want to ask anyone who has a young person in their life, whether personally or professionally, to make a deliberate effort to nudge them toward hope. Whether those stuck in the middle lean toward hope or fall into despair is going to make a tremendous difference for all of us. And one of the easiest and most practical ways of nudging young people towards the positive is just to tell them they're doing a good job. According to this data, we are providing that message at sub-average rates, which is a shame because praise is like food for a growing child. Maybe we've been too preoccupied with our own troubles and dramas. Maybe we've had our own sense of hope shaken, but we can't pass this on to the kids. We need to start nudging them towards hope while we still have a chance to influence the course of their development. So I'd ask everybody who's listening to this, if you know a young person, make it a point to say something positive to them in the next 24 hours and keep doing it every day, because that's what our kids really need right now. And that's my report.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Provost. That was really powerful. And I will for sure take you up on that and do that to the young people in my life. Member Levy.
Thanks so much for this report. I have a few questions. The first is, one of the goals of the district was to get more representative participation in surveys. And I'm wondering how we did in that first survey you presented. That was a collaboration with Real. How representative were the participants of that survey of the members of our district? in terms of demographics?
That was a very diverse survey. As I think I mentioned, we had responses in 7 different languages. We had we had respondents who identified with 33 different racial and ethnic groups. We had staff who identified with many different genders. I think it was probably the most diverse survey response we've had as a district.
Right. I did hear you say those things. I'm curious how those numbers compare to the numbers of our district, the families and caregivers or the folks who are completing the survey. Like, it's great that it was diverse. Was it as diverse as the rest of our caregivers in district, or was that looked at?
So out of 450 surveys, I would have to go back and recount, because many of those, I was just counting all the different identities represented, not counting each individual within each identity group, but I could find that information for you. I would say
Thanks.
that in general, it probably is very representative of the district as a whole.
Okay, I appreciate you looking up those numbers and sharing them, especially since that's a goal of the district. It would be really helpful to know as opposed to guess. My next question is, I don't know what those numbers mean in the next charts that you showed us, like 3.67 or 3. Are those averages? Is it like on a 4-point scale, a 5-point scale?
It's on a 5-point scale. So a 3.5 would be I'm sorry, a 3 would be dead on. Most of our scores are like 3.5 to maybe 4.2. So we were a little bit above the midpoint in terms of our average.
Okay, and like I imagine 5 is the best possible it could be, and 1 is
Correct.
the worst possible it could be.
Correct.
I guess one of the things that I'm really curious about, we discussed using those tools as a way to assess how we're doing towards some of our DIP goals. And so my question is, yes, let's say positive things to our students and give them hope, but also those were tied specifically to some of the goals. So what do those numbers tell us we need to be doing more of or differently as it relates to the work of the district and the DIP?
So this is about goal number 3, which is providing instruction and curriculum that empower all students to explore who they are, to embrace and honor the world around them, and to identify and think critically about the messages they receive, and be powerful contributors to change. So in this one, I'm really thinking about voice and choice. I'm thinking about the responses that said, I haven't learned anything interesting in the past 7 days, or I don't get to do what I'm really good at school. So I think it's making some of those instructional changes as well.
Yeah. So thank you. What are the next steps to tie these findings to the work of the district moving forward?
So I have shared these results with the middle and high school administration. They just came in earlier this week. We will be discussing as an administrative team how to share this information with staff and how we can incorporate some changes into school improvement plans for the upcoming year.
Thank you so much. I'll be curious to hear how those conversations go. I hope somebody can bring a report back to the school committee.
Member Robbins.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. I remember talking, I think earlier in the year, about there being an implementation with, I understand there being a lot of surveys this year. This last one was a little, I guess, it was only 25% of the students who participated. So that's, maybe they're surveyed out, but it's hard to sort of take those numbers and make sense of them. Did we do an Ed Trust survey this year?
We did.
And when will we get the results of that?
I can make sure you have them before I leave.
So I believe that we were going to use that criteria to assess the DIP because we had a baseline.
You're correct. There are some other items that are tied to to that survey as well.
I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further thoughts for Dr. Provost? Seeing none, am I right? We've made it through the agenda? Yes? Okay, excellent. So that means, okay, future dates, Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee, Wednesday, June 15th, 4 p.m. Negotiating Subcommittee, Thursday, June 16th at 6:30 p.m. Negotiating Subcommittee, Tuesday, June 21st at 6:30. Rules and Policy Subcommittee, Wednesday, June 22nd at 4 p.m. School Committee Retreat, that's Monday, June 27th at 6:30 p.m. And the school committee meeting for July is Thursday, July 14th at 6:30 p.m. And now we are going to vote to go into executive session. We will be adjourning from executive session, so we will not be coming back into an open meeting. Can someone make a motion? And we're going to have to add to that motion, but if someone wants to start, I'll give you the rest. Anybody?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Welcome. Here we are. Request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law Open Meeting Chapter 30A Section 21A3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation and to discuss a level 3 grievance if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
And additionally, purpose number 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. And the chair so declares, and again, we will be adjourning from executive session, will not be coming back into an open meeting. Motion's been made, and there was a second, yes? Was there? Who was it? Member who?
I had Member Davis.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I skipped you, Member Levy,
I caught that. Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, thank you everyone who's joined us this evening. We will now go into executive session.